Chapter 431. Dense ice swords were placed in all directions. They were formed by the killing mark and the water-stopping bead's ability to control water. Their power was truly terrifying. These ice swords filled every corner of this space, completely sealing off the 4 demon kings. Pinbook Netbook. The tips of the ice swords were all aimed at the 4 of them, flashing with a cold light that made one's heart palpitate. Staring at Lin Tian, the 4 of them were all trembling. As powerful as they were, they naturally felt the terror of this aura. At this moment, they were trapped in the middle and had no chance to escape. If they made any movements, their bodies would be pierced by the dense ice swords. Lin Tian stared at the 4 of them. "I'll start the countdown." 3. Hearing this, the 4 of them trembled. 2. Clang. As his voice rang out, thousands of dense ice swords clanged, and the killing light became even more powerful. In this space, he had carved dense killing patterns. These killing patterns were not too advanced, just the most basic killing patterns of the formation control technique. Even so, these killing patterns could automatically absorb the spirit chi in the air and convert it into killing light. At this moment, as time passed, the killing light around them became even more powerful. 1. Wait! The Golden Frog King shouted. Lin Tian narrowed his eyes. "Have you decided?" He stood with his hands behind his back. Killing light intertwined around him, completely enveloping the 4 monster kings of the sea region. This aura made the heavily injured 4 great monster kings feel a sense of powerlessness. "We'll pay." The Green Snake King gritted his teeth. They were very strong, comparable to the peak of the connecting immortal realm. But now that the chaotic divine patterns had entered their bodies, the divine power in their bodies could not flow smoothly. Lin Tian relied on the water-stopping pearl to close the distance between them, and with the dense killing patterns all around, he could exhaust them to death. Facing such a situation, they had no choice but to give in. That's right. Lin Tian narrowed his eyes. The abyss-breaking king's expression was terrible. He raised his hand and swept out a large amount of immortal light. Baodan, immortal herbs, weapons, everything. Among them, there were close to 100 4th-grade Baodan and many upper-grade supreme treasures. There were also a shocking number of immortal herbs. Most importantly, there was a 5th-grade Baodan, which immediately attracted Lin Tian's attention. "This is refining a true Dan." His eyes shone brightly. As an alchemist and a Tier 4 alchemist at that, he naturally knew that things like true energy pills were extremely precious. They were treasured medicines that could be used to temper one's true energy. Such a true chi refining pill, when used on a Zephyr Realm cultivator, could help the Zephyr Realm cultivator refine their true chi to an astonishing degree in a short period of time, and then increase their cultivation by a large margin. Relying on this Baodan, I can reach the peak of Zephyr Realm 3rd layer within a day, and even possibly reach the 4th layer. He thought to himself. With a wave of his hand, he put everything away. Seeing Lin Tian put everything away, Abyss Breaker King clenched his fists with a pained expression. These things were the wealth that he had painstakingly accumulated for more than 300 years, but now they were all taken away in one day. Lin Tian glanced at Abyss Breaker, then looked at Green Snake King and the other 2. "It's your turn." Green Snake King and the other 2 gritted their teeth, and their expressions were extremely ugly. However, there was nothing they could do. The 3 of them raised their hands one after another, sweeping out a large amount of light. The Baodan treasures and other rare treasures were almost piled up into a small hill. Lin Tian roughly estimated that there were hundreds of upper-grade supreme treasures, countless 4th-grade Baodan, and a shocking variety of immortal herbs. Moreover, he saw many ancient scriptures among them. Although they were not the best, they were not bad either. If he took them out, he would definitely be able to sell them for a good price. Lin Tian was very satisfied. Among them, the hundreds of upper-grade supreme treasures solved the problem of needing more weapons for the weapon control art. The true alchemy elixir was also extremely precious. After leaving the sea region, he only needed to find a quiet place to break through to the fourth heaven of the Zephyr realm in a short time. At that time, his combat power would definitely be on another level. Suddenly, his eyes moved slightly and landed on a sheepskin scroll. This sheepskin scroll was very ordinary, but there were many things engraved on it. They were crooked, as if it was a drawing of a chain of mountains. Staring at this sheepskin scroll, Lin Tian was slightly surprised. Back then, he had comprehended a trace of the great path of nature. Now, on this sheepskin scroll, he actually felt the fluctuation of the path. One had to know that the fluctuation of the path could only be felt by at least a great path elite. In other words, this sheepskin scroll was at least from the hands of a great path elite. What is this? Lin Tian looked at the flaming crocodile king. He remembered that this was taken by the flaming crocodile king. The flaming crocodile king glanced at the sheepskin scroll. A map. As for the exact location of the engravings, I don't know. It had obtained this sheepskin scroll by chance for many years. It could not be broken by blades or melted by fire. After studying it for so many years, it could only conclude that this should be a map. As for the terrain, it had no idea where it was located. Lin Tian narrowed his eyes and stared at the sheepskin scroll. From the direction of the strokes on the sheepskin scroll, it did look like a map. He stared at the sheepskin scroll and seriously thought back. He realized that this terrain did not exist in the first and second heavens. The mountains on this scroll are in the upper heavens. Also, what is in the mountains on this ancient scroll? He frowned slightly. An ancient scroll map that came from at least a great path elite. He did not think that there was no mystery behind it. The most likely possibility was that the location on the ancient scroll had to be something extraordinary. After thinking for a while, he carefully put away the ancient scroll. He planned to take some time out to study it properly in the future. At the same time, he waved his hand and collected all the treasures. "You can let us leave now, right?" The Abyss Destroyer King said in a deep voice. The four of them clenched their fists. Their expressions were very ugly and killing intent intertwined in the depths of their eyes. Lin Tian raised his head and looked at the four of them. The corners of his mouth curled up. "Of course," he said. As soon as he finished speaking, a sonorous sound rang out. Dense ice swords vibrated and slashed towards the four great monster kings. With a cracking sound, the void shattered on the spot and large cracks appeared. "You tricked us." The four of them were furious. This guy. In the distance, Baiqiu stared. He did not expect Lin Tian to attack the four great monster kings directly after extorting all of their treasures. He showed no mercy. A light flashed in Yang Qi's eyes, but he quickly hid it. In the field, Lin Tianling smiled. He raised his right hand, and more killing light pressed down. Childish. Staring at the four great monster kings, he only said 2 words. All of a sudden, even more killing lights surged up, covering the 4 people under it. The 4 of them had planned this. They wanted to refine everyone and turn them into medicine. They wanted to kill them. Now, how could he let them go? Moreover, he could imagine that once he let the 4 of them go now, they would definitely turn to kill him when they were free. Moreover, all 4 of them were experts at the peak of the immortal connecting realm, and they might even step into the great path at any time. If that really happened, then it would undoubtedly be a disaster for him and his friends. He wasn't that stupid. Boom! 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 Dozens of killing lights rushed out from behind him and pressed down on the Green Snake King and the others. "Human, you! Poof!" The flaming Crocodile King was enraged. In an instant, he was hit by one of the killing lights and was sent flying more than 10 feet away. At the same time, the other 3 great monster kings were also in great trouble. They were sent flying by the killing lights and pierced by the ice swords. In an instant, the Sea King's palace was stained with blood. In just a short moment, the 4 great monster kings had suffered unimaginable injuries. Damn it! The 4 great monster kings were both shocked and furious. They had planned this and lured many cultivators in to refine a cauldron of medicine to help them break through to the great Tao realm. They did not expect that they would be tricked here by a human at the Zephyr realm, after sealing them in the Sea King's palace and extorting all their treasures. He actually wanted to kill them now. Humph. Lin Tianling laughed. He moved his hands together and supported the steadying water pearl. The entire sea was boiling. Rumble. With this large island as the center, waves surged in all directions, turning into astonishing dragons. The dragons roared, letting out a substantial roar that shook the sky. That is, heavens, the scene this. Who did this? In the sea, many creatures saw this scene, and their hearts trembled. As far as the eye could see, a total of 108 dragons rushed up. They were completely condensed from water and streaked across the void, appearing above the Sea King's palace. Boom! The dragons roared and rushed down angrily. The Green Snake King and the others also roared and attacked at the same time, activating their respective mystical abilities and facing the dragons. With your current injured state, you can't even use 50% of your divine power. What else can you do? Lin Tianling laughed. His hands moved quickly, and the Heavenly One Soul art circulated, guiding the chaotic divine patterns in their bodies. Instantly, the four of them trembled and vomited blood at the same time. He used the Heavenly One Soul mantra to draw in the power of the chaotic divine glyphs. Not only did it cut off the flow of the four people's divine power for a short period of time, it also attacked their internal organs, causing them to suffer heavy injuries. It was also at this moment that dozens of water dragons descended. No, the Green Snake King was the closest, and his expression instantly changed. Lin Tianling was expressionless. He used both hands to guide the dozens of dragons to press down together. Pooh! The dragon's roars shook the soul. The Green Snake King was crushed on the spot, his body and soul destroyed. The Flaming Crocodile King and the others were terrified. One of their companions, who was at the peak of the connecting immortal realm, died just like that. At this moment, the three of them stared at Lin Tianling. There was anger and hatred in their eyes, but there was also fear. Roar! A loud roar rang out, and the seawater blocked the surroundings. In the sky, dozens of dragons pressed down again. The Golden Frog King was the first to bear the brunt and was directly smashed into pieces. This guy! In the distance, Bai Qiu shrank his neck. He felt that Lin Tianling was too ferocious. Two overlords of the sea that were comparable to peak connecting immortals were killed just like that. Lin Tianling tilted his head and stared at the last two overlords of the sea. He directly activated the water-stilling pearl and absorbed thousands of water sources to suppress them. The water-stilling pearl's ability to control water was very terrifying, but it also consumed a lot of true essence. At this moment, he had already used 60% of his true essence, so at this moment, he didn't want to say anything to the other party. He only wanted to get rid of the last two powerful enemies in the shortest time possible. He definitely couldn't let the two of them leave this place alive. Otherwise, there would be trouble in the future. With a boom, dozens of dragons pressed down, covering all directions. Squeak! Chapter 432. This soft sound was too ear-piercing, causing Lin Tian to immediately stop attacking and look behind him. A book? WWW 1 K and SHU CC. At the same time, the Infernal Destruction King and the Flame Crocodile King's expressions changed. Crack! The purple crystal coffin broke open. Yin light and blood energy surged, and a pitch-black aura of death gushed out. The aura of death split into dozens of streams, most of which shot toward Bai Qiu. Lin Tian seemed to realize something, and his expression changed. Retreat! He shouted as he rushed toward Bai Qiu. The dense aura of death enveloped Bai Qiu, and it was even more terrifying than the water dragons summoned by the water-steadying pearl. Bai Qiu's expression changed. but the aura of death was too fast for her to block. Clang! Yang Qi stepped forward, unleashing his saber mountain and sea of consciousness manifestation to defend Bai Qiu. Crack! 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 The sabers shattered one by one, and Yang Qi was sent flying backward, blood oozing out of his mouth. Bai Qiu was surprised and didn't understand why Yang Qi had saved her. However, when she saw Lin Tian rushing toward her, she understood. Lin Tian arrived in a flash and appeared among the 108 stone pillars. "Many thanks," he said to Yang Qi. Bai Qiu was his best friend in this heaven, and also his only friend. If the aura of death had hit Bai Qiu directly, she would have been severely injured. Yang Qi had stepped in to protect Bai Qiu, and Lin Tian was very grateful. He knew that Yang Qi had saved Bai Qiu because of him. Yang Qi didn't say anything. He was a man of few words. Boom! A black light pierced through the clouds, and from the surface of the Sea King's palace, streaks of blood-red light rushed toward the violet crystal coffin. There were many streaks of blood-red light, and some of them were even black, which belonged to the Yin soldiers. However, that wasn't the most important thing. The most important thing was that there were other streaks of light that were faint silver in color. Soul fluctuations. Lin Tian's expression changed. The blood-red light rushed into the violet crystal coffin, and the aura of death grew stronger. "Wanna see? Book 1Ka?" Nshisisi as far as the eye could see. The purple crystal coffin had already exploded. A withered figure stood there. In the bloody light, a pair of incomparably demonic eyes lit up. Just one look was enough to make one's hair stand on end. "Alive, alive?" Bai Qiu shrunk his neck. Yang Qi wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and for the first time, a very serious expression appeared on his face. Further away, the flaming crocodile king and the abyss-destroying king trembled as they stared at the figure standing up amidst the bloody light. Back then, the Sea King, how is this possible? The two monster kings felt their hearts palpitate. At this moment, the figure that stood up was too terrifying. His aura was comparable to that of a cultivator of the Great Path. Lin Tian's face darkened. He waved his right hand and swept out a large expanse of silver light, temporarily breaking through the formation outside the coffin. "Let's go." Sending a message to Bai Qiu and Yang Qi, he sped away. The figure that stood up from the purple crystal coffin was too terrifying. It was much more powerful than the overlords of the sea region. Difficult to face. How could that be? When we approached the crystal coffin earlier, it was clearly dead. There was nothing unusual about it. Bai Qiu was puzzled. It wasn't just now, but it is now. "Lin Tiandao, what do you mean? Do you still remember that Ghost King? We ignored it just now, and it entered the corpse of the ancient Sea King. Lin Tiandao, how can that be?" Bai Qiu's eyes widened. "It's essentially a Yin spirit, a spiritual body. What's wrong with that? It's just exchanging a spiritual body for a corpse. Lin Tiandao." He pointed to the other side where there was a withered corpse. It was the body of the Ghost King from before. At this moment, it was covered in cracks and lying motionless on the ground. It was already at the level of a Ghost King. Now that it has entered the corpse of a Great Path cultivator, isn't it even more terrifying? Much more terrifying. So many cultivators died in the Sea King Palace. Their blood, qi, resentment, and soul power were all absorbed by the Ghost King, completing a considerable transformation. It's almost comparable to a Great Path cultivator. 1. Reading. 1. K-A-N-S-H-U-C-C. Lin Tian's expression was grave. He did not expect that the Ghost King would abandon its main body and enter the corpse of the ancient Sea King. Using the corpse of the ancient Sea King, it absorbed all the blood qi, death qi, and yin qi in the Sea King Palace. In this way, the power contained in the corpse was simply terrifying to the extreme. Roar! A roar rang out, shaking the sky. The ground of the Sea King Palace cracked inch by inch, and the cracks spread in all directions. At the same time, the water dragons summoned by Lin Tian with the water steadying pearl exploded one by one, shattering under the violent death chi. The Ghost King entered the corpse of the ancient Sea King. At this moment, it took a step forward, and its body was surrounded by a black death chi, causing the surrounding space to crack. "Go leave," Lin Tian said in a low voice. At the same time, the Flaming Crocodile King and the Abyss Breaker King in the distance were also frightened and quickly fled. However, the two of them had just moved when the Ghost King controlled the corpse of the ancient Sea King to close in on them. Its hands grabbed the two of them at the same time. No, the two of them were terrified. They were already seriously injured, and now that their necks were grabbed, the thick death chi entered their bodies and solidified all the divine power in their bodies. Roar! The Ghost King roared and bit the neck of the Flaming Crocodile King. The Flaming Crocodile King screamed and turned into a dried corpse in the blink of an eye. At the same time, the Abyss Breaker King did not escape the same fate. In the blink of an eye, all the essence of his flesh and blood was sucked dry. In the distance, Bai Qiu watched this scene and shrunk his neck. "Let's go, Lin Tiandao." At this time there was no time to think. It was difficult for them to resist such a terrifying existence. Roar! With another roar, the death chi on the Ghost King's body became stronger, and its blood-red eyes stared straight at Bai Qiu. Its two blood-red eyes lit up, as if it had found some delicious prey, and it rushed over. Lin Tian looked back, and his expression changed. Damn it! He spat out a vulgar word. Obviously, the Ghost King, who had entered the corpse of the ancient Sea King, had sensed the origin of Yin in Bai Qiu's body. The Ghost King was very fast, and in the blink of an eye it closed in. Its eerie ghost claws, which were surrounded by black ghost fog, reached out and grabbed at Bai Qiu. Lin Tian gritted his teeth, and a dense array of silver runes appeared in the void. At this time, they were still within the range of the Sea King's palace. He had carved killing runes in the void. These killing runes might not be enough to deal with the Ghost King now, but it was good enough to slow it down and buy some time to escape. Crack! With a crisp sound, all the killing runes were shattered. Lin Tian was slightly shaken. He felt that his internal organs had shifted, and a fishy taste surged up. The Ghost King roared and moved even faster, closing in again. Wisps of death chi intertwined around it, making it look like a devil from hell. Boom! Lin Tian activated the water-stopping pearl, and thousands of water sources rushed up, turning into raging waves that flooded the Ghost King. However, the Ghost King, who had entered the corpse of the ancient Sea King, was too terrifying. With a simple swipe of its claws, it instantly shattered everything. Lin Tian retreated, coughing up blood, and his face turned pale. Just now, in the battle with the 4 overlords of the sea, he had been in the upper hand, but at that time he had been using all his strength and had consumed a lot of his true essence. Now he only had 20% of his true essence left, and it was difficult to activate the water-stopping pearl. "I'll do it," Yang Qi said. With a clang, a wasteland appeared, with endless weapons stabbed into the ground, stretching across the sky. This was the vision of his sea of consciousness, and at this moment it was pushed to the extreme. Each of the blades was like an immortal weapon, terrifying and terrifying. Whoosh! 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 The dense number of divine blades cut through the void, slashing at the Ghost King. Then the 3 of them fled again. Roar! The Ghost King roared, directly shattered the endless blades, and chased after the 3 of them again. Lin Tian looked back and cursed inwardly. It seemed that the Ghost King had really sensed Bai Qiu's origin of Yin. Who could have guessed that something like this would happen? He thought angrily. Roar! The Ghost King roared, and a sinister aura of death enveloped the 3 of them. Bai Qiu gritted his teeth. He seemed to have sensed something as well. He no longer used the immortal artifact to conceal his origin. Instead, he summoned it directly and used this high-grade immortal artifact to activate the Bai family's Abhijna. He even used the lunar origin. In an instant, the Ghost King was sent flying. Clang! Boom! Yang Qi and Lin Tian attacked at the same time, unleashing powerful techniques that slammed into the Ghost King, sending it flying dozens of meters away. "Let's go," Lin Tian said. After entering the corpse of the ancient Sea King, the Ghost King had become even more terrifying, and its aura was shocking to the extreme. The three of them shot up into the air, leaving Sea King's palace and heading off into the distance. Roar! With a ferocious roar, the Ghost King also rose into the air and charged towards the three. Lin Tian looked back and his expression froze. The three of them had launched a barrage of attacks on the Ghost King, but they had failed to leave even a scratch on it. The corpse of a great virtue realm expert is still so sturdy after such a long time. Lin Tian cursed inwardly. There were already many cultivators watching this area. At this moment, their expressions changed when they saw the scene. "What's that? In energy? It's so thick, that's... A corpse is flying." Many people stared. Gradually, more and more people noticed this scene, and they were all shocked. Lin Tian and the other two flew away, occasionally sweeping out large amounts of killing light to obstruct the Ghost King. However, this was not of much use. After entering the corpse of the ancient king of the sea region, the Ghost King was too much stronger. Even if Lin Tian brought out the complete Yin-Yang Lotus Sea, it was useless. The three of them fled together and soon appeared in the deepest part of the sea. Rumble! The waves in front of them were monstrous. From time to time, pillars of water would surge up, and huge whirlpools would appear on the surface of the sea. "Don't go any further. It's very dangerous ahead. If we're not careful, we'll be swept into an unknown space." Bai Qiu was moved. She had read many ancient books about the sea and knew a lot. "It's a pity that we have no way out," Lin Tian said. A ferocious roar came from behind. The Ghost King had entered the corpse of the ancient Sea King, and it was charging over with monstrous Yin energy. Chapter 433. Monstrous Ghost Qi surged from behind. The entire sky turned pitch black, as if thunderclouds were approaching. Reading 1. K wants in. S reads H. U. C. The Ghost King closed in, cutting off their escape route. "Let's go!" Lin Tiandao grabbed Bai Qiu's hand and charged forward. There was no time to think. The path ahead might be dangerous, but the path behind them was a dead end. Clang! A manifestation appeared in his sea of consciousness, and millions upon millions of saber beams shot toward the Ghost King. Then he took a step forward. The Ghost King roared and shattered all the energy sabers. Then it charged in with a mighty Yin radiance. Rumble! Lin Tiandao, Bai Qiu charged into the turbulent sea. From time to time, waves would roll up around them, like the hand of the Grim Reaper. Vortexes appeared beneath their feet, as if they could devour everything. "This is the Sea of Chaos," Bai Qiu said. "It's possible to leave the sea from here." That's right. The Sea of Chaos, as its name implied, was a place of extreme chaos and danger. This chaotic sea had existed since ancient times. Many cultivators had ventured through this place to temper themselves. Unfortunately, very few of them had made it out alive. Thus, this place gradually became a dangerous place and was recorded in the annals of the cultivation world. "Don't jinx it." Lin Tiandao rapped her on the shoulder. He only had 10% of his true energy left, and his face was pale. Rumble! The waves rolled up like the hand of an ancient devil, causing everyone's heart to palpitate. Standing on the surface of the chaotic ocean, waves surged as far as the eye could see. Water splashed everywhere and gales swept out. Even someone as strong as Lin Tian felt apprehensive at this moment, thinking to himself that the ominous territory recorded in the ancient books was indeed terrifying. Roar! The Ghost King roared, closing in on them in the blink of an eye. Monstrous Yin Qi swept out in all directions, dyeing the seawater with a layer of black, causing people's hearts to palpitate involuntarily. Clang! Yang Qi slashed backward, unleashing a wave of saber light. 1. Reading 1 CC by Chiu held up the upper-grade immortal artifact and secretly activated it with a lunar origin, unleashing an even more terrifying aura. She already knew that the current Ghost King had sensed her origin of extreme Yin. Naturally, she no longer concealed it and activated the high-grade immortal artifact to its limit. Boom! As soon as the high-grade immortal artifact moved, the sea became even more turbulent. More waves surged up and pressed forward. However, the Ghost King was too terrifying at this moment. It was almost unstoppable as it swept through everything. Qi, Qi, Qi. Yang Qi's saber light shattered, and the light from Bai Qiu's high-grade immortal item vanished without a trace. Lin Tian glanced behind him. He took out a baodan and swallowed it, quickly recovering his true essence. Then he activated the Heavenly One Soul incantation and looked around, carving runes into the void. Bang! Bang! Yang Qi and Bai Qiu staggered backward, their blood energy surging. This monster, Bai Qiu gritted his teeth. The three of them ran all the way, avoiding the waves. Up ahead, a rumbling sound echoed out, and when they looked over, their faces fell. In front of them, a huge whirlpool appeared on the surface of the sea. It was 100 feet in diameter and sucked in everything around it. Get out of the way. We have to get out of the way, Bai Qiu said, her eyes wide. The sea had existed since ancient times and was filled with danger. Furthermore, the chaotic sea had been described in the ancient records as a dangerous place. Based on how powerful the vortex was, if it sucked anyone in, they would be teleported to some unknown dimension and would be stuck there for over 100 years. In fact, it was even possible that they would die a horrible death. Lin Tian and Yang Qi's eyes were very serious as they flew higher into the air and avoided the vortex. Roar! The Ghost King roared, charging toward them. Its eyes were bloodshot as it stared at Bai Qiu, filled with greed, desire, and excitement. Bastard! Bai Qiu cursed. Reading 1 Sisi. Let's keep going, Yang Qi said. Don't worry about it. Don't stop it. Lin Tian on Dao. Bai Qiu and Yang Qi's eyes flashed at the same time. Although they didn't know what Lin Tian wanted to do, they nodded. The three of them weren't slow, and they quickly passed through the huge vortex. The Ghost King roared and chased after them. It was extremely fast, and in the blink of an eye, it was at the center of the vortex. That's enough. Step back, Lin Tian suddenly said. He turned around and quickly formed a seal with his hands. Instantly, silver patterns appeared in the void. These were the formation patterns he had carved along the way. At this moment, they all came to life, completely sealing the space around them. Buzz! Light shone brightly. He raised his right hand, and the first layer of the 4-symbol seal appeared, pressing forward with great momentum. After that, he didn't stop. With a thought, he called out the water-steadying pearl. As soon as the water-steadying pearl was activated, the chaotic sea first fell silent, then became even more turbulent. Under Lin Tian's will, 99 huge water dragons rushed up, roared, and all of them came to the Ghost King's body and wrapped around it. Lin Tian's eyes flashed. The formation patterns, the 4-symbol seal, the water-steadying pearl, and all of his methods were used together to suppress the Ghost King. He didn't want to use these methods to kill the Ghost King because it was impossible. The Ghost King was too powerful after entering the Sea King's corpse, and these methods couldn't even injure it. At this moment, he only wanted to use these methods to push the Ghost King into the huge whirlpool below and let the whirlpool devour it. Boom! His hands moved together, the formation pattern shone, and the 4 symbols Tao diagram annihilated a large amount of Yin Qi. The 99 water dragons were unusually fierce. At this moment, on the surface of the sea, the the water-steadying pearl's power became even stronger. Roar! The Ghost King roared and struggled with all its strength. Lin Tian suffered backlash. Blood gushed out of his mouth, but he didn't stop. Even if I can't hurt you, I can still kill you. He gritted his teeth. Because of the previous fourth-stage Baodan, he had recovered nearly 40% of his true essence. At this moment, he activated all of his true essence and poured it into the water-steadying pearl. At the same time, he activated the four-symbol seal and suppressed the Ghost King. The Ghost King roared, shattering strands of formation markings and crushing huge dragons. But its ghost body was continuously being pressed down. Finally, its legs sank into the vortex and were wrapped up by the waves. Suddenly, a strong force pulled it and dragged it down crazily. Roar! The Ghost King roared and struggled even harder, wanting to re-enter the vortex's range. Lin Tian gritted his teeth and activated the water-steadying pearl even more crazily. For a moment, the chaotic sea became even more turbulent. Waves of water rolled up, turning into large dragons that crazily drowned the Ghost King. These large dragons condensed the power of the water-steadying pearl. Although they couldn't hurt the Ghost King at this moment, the impact was very terrifying. They drowned the Ghost King again and again, suppressing it deeper into the vortex. Buzz! He raised his right hand and took out the four-symbol seal again, throwing it at the Ghost King. As soon as the four-symbol seal appeared, it immediately annihilated the large amount of yin qi released by the Ghost King, forcing it down again. Roar! The Ghost King roared and was suppressed again. Waves after waves rose and crashed against the shore, causing the entire chaotic ocean to boil. The yin qi became denser, and the Ghost King struggled, rolling in all directions. Rumble! In the blink of an eye, the chaotic sea became even more turbulent. The huge vortex directly expanded. It was originally only 10 feet in diameter, but because of the Ghost King's yin qi, it suddenly became 20 feet wide, and there were even more powerful waves rushing up. Lin Tian's expression suddenly changed, and his body shook violently. At this moment, there was a terrifying force dragging him into the vortex. Damn it! His expression changed, and he activated the water-steadying pearl to resist such a strong force. However, the Ghost King's yin qi caused the vortex to spin madly, and one wave after another shot up, throwing the wind and clouds into chaos. At this moment, he was running out of true essence. Even with the water-steadying pearl in hand, he couldn't resist such a force. He fell directly into the vortex, falling even faster than the Ghost King. Lin Tian! Bai Qiu rushed over, a superior-grade immortal item hovering above his head. Powered by the essence of Lunar, he grabbed Lin Tian's arm and pulled him back. The Ghost King roared as more than half of its body was caught in the vortex, and it released even more yin qi toward the two of them. Lin Tian pushed Bai Qiu away. Let's go. Don't worry about me. At this moment, because of the Ghost King's yin qi, the vortex in the water was releasing an incomparably terrifying force that not even a peak immortal connecting realm expert could stand up to. Bai Qiu grabbed Lin Tian tightly. How could he let go? Clang! An energy saber slashed out, shattering a large amount of the Ghost King's yin qi. Yang qi activated the strange phenomenon in his sea of consciousness and flashed over. He grabbed Lin Tian's shoulder and fled. This man was very strong, but at this moment he was powerless in the face of this huge vortex. Even with all his strength, he couldn't pull Lin Tian out. Yub! Lin Tian was anxious. The chaotic region became even more violent. Pillars of water shot up as if they were going to shatter the sky. The Ghost King roared as it was finally pulled to the bottom of the sea by the vortex. Layers of waves surged up and covered it. Lin Tian was the closest. He saw with his own eyes that half of the Ghost King's body was torn to pieces by the vortex. There was no hope for it to survive. This made his heart tremble. Was this the power of nature? Human strength was unpredictable. With a boom, another wave rolled up and covered the three of them. Let's work together and activate the water-steadying pearl to protect ourselves. Lin Tianandao. He knew that there was no hope for the three of them to escape from this vortex at this moment. Bai Qiu nodded. Yang Qi also knew that the situation was bad. At the same time, they poured their true essence into the water-steadying pearl. A faint barrier of light enveloped the three of them, barely isolating them from the seawater. Almost at the same time, a huge wave came crashing down and covered the three of them. For a moment, the three of them felt the world spinning. A huge tearing force came from all directions, as if it was going to tear them apart. Their vision was pitch black, and they couldn't use their divine sense. They could only use their true essence to activate the water-steadying pearl to form a barrier of light. They were then pulled down to the bottom of the sea by the spinning force of the vortex. After an unknown amount of time, the tearing force outside their bodies finally weakened. Bang! They seemed to have broken through something and fell into a dark gorge. Looking around, the dark gorge was a little dim. Occasionally, water droplets would fall and the air was moist. Chapter 434. Standing up, the three of them still felt a little dizzy. Only after 10 breaths did they feel better. Full text to read, still alive. Bai Qiu patted her chest with a look of lingering fear on her face. For better or worse, you are still a king. Lin Tian wanted to say that he was still a king body, but he stopped midway. Look at your useless appearance. What did you say? Bai Qiu stared at him. Lin Tian didn't want to bicker with her and looked at Yang Qi. Sorry for dragging you into this, he said. Yang Qi had helped him a few times before, either for Bai Qiu or for him. When he was trapped in the giant whirlpool, this man could have escaped by himself, but he didn't do so and risked his life to help. He knew that it was because he had helped him before, but he was still grateful. This kind of man was worth befriending. Yang Qi was a man of few words, so he didn't say anything. He looked at Lin Tian and then looked forward. An idiot and a piece of wood. What a congenial fate. Bai Qiu muttered. Lin Tian turned around and gave her a knock on the head. What are you muttering about? Bai Qiu held her forehead and stared at Lin Tian angrily, then turned her head away with a snort. Lin Tian smiled, feeling amused. He felt very relaxed when he was with this girl. He shook his head and began to look around. I didn't expect there to be such a space at the bottom of the sea. The tearing force of the giant whirlpool just now was really terrifying. If it wasn't for the stilling water pearl supporting the light screen, the three of them would have been torn apart by that water source. I vaguely remember that the light screen supported by the stilling water pearl brought us here. I wonder where this place is. He looked forward. There was only one path in this dark gorge, and it led straight ahead. It seems that this is the only way, he said. Let's go. Bai Qiu muttered and led the way. Lin Tian nodded at Yang Qi and followed. The air in the dark gorge was very humid and the light was very dim. The three of them walked, and water droplets fell from above, dripping on the ground. In the blink of an eye, half an hour had passed. All around, the air suddenly became a little cold, and a faint blue light came from the front. The three of them were visibly moved as they cautiously walked forward. Not long after, they rounded a corner and saw a huge ball of blue flames burning in front of them. The flames seemed to burn fiercely, but the surrounding temperature was exceptionally cold, as if it could freeze one's soul. This is dark blue flame. Bai Qiu was shocked. The dark blue flame was born from the Earth's core. Its temperature was colder than ice, but it could burn everything. It was a rare flame. Yang Qi's eyes glittered as he recognized the flame. It is indeed that kind of flame. Lin Tian nodded. He stared at the blue flame and walked forward. Hey, don't go near it. This thing can even burn an ordinary immortal connecting realm expert to death. Bai Qiu grabbed him. Lin Tian stopped and stared at the blue flame in front of him. Don't worry, he said to Bai Qiu. This thing is useful to me. Useful to you? What are you doing? Bai Qiu stared at him. The dark blue flame was a very dangerous flame. Ordinary people would die if they came into contact with a trace of it. She knew that Lin Tian was very powerful and was not an ordinary person. However, when she heard Lin Tian's words, she still did not understand. Or rather, she was more worried. Beside her, Yang Qi was also puzzled. Just watch. Lin Tian. He took a deep breath. His eyes flashed as he slowly approached the dark blue flame. He was an alchemist who had reached the 4th grade. Naturally, he was more familiar with flames than others. There were detailed records of the dark blue flame in the medicine encyclopedia. There was also a method to refine it. Now that he had encountered a ball of dark blue flame here, it was a blessing to him. If he could refine it, his alchemy level would definitely increase. Gradually, he approached the dark blue flame and stopped half a meter away from it. At this time, he could feel a chill all over his body. Even his back was cold. Bai Qiu stared straight ahead with a cautious expression. He even took out a high-grade immortal item, afraid that something would happen to Lin Tian. Beside him, Yang Qi also stared ahead. His eyes flashed, and there was a faint blade in his right hand. Clearly, he was also paying attention to the situation ahead, like Bai Qiu. If anything happened to Lin Tian, he would immediately intervene. Don't worry, I'll be fine. Lin Tian noticed something behind him and smiled at the two of them. He looked back at the dark blue flame again. He took a deep breath and silently activated the medicine encyclopedia. He reached his right hand forward. As his hand got closer to the dark blue flame, he felt colder and colder. His heart felt like it was going to stop beating. However, as the medicine encyclopedia activated, this feeling gradually weakened and then disappeared. Finally, his right hand reached into the dark blue flame. Hiss! Lin Tian trembled. He instantly felt his entire right hand go numb. He could not help but take a deep breath. Bai Qiu's expression changed, and he became even more nervous. He stared straight ahead at Lin Tian's hand that was in the dark blue flame. Soon after, she was surprised again because Lin Tian's hand that had reached into the dark blue flames was actually completely fine, and it was completely intact. This guy, she stared at him. One had to know that the dark blue flame was extremely terrifying. Ordinary immortal experts could not withstand it. But now Lin Tian's entire right hand was in the dark blue flame, and nothing happened to it. How could she not be shocked? Even someone as calm and taciturn as Yang Qi couldn't help but reveal a hint of surprise. Lin Tian put one of his arms into the flames and circulated the pharmacopoeia over and over again until he got used to the bone-piercing cold. Only then did he make the next move. He slowly put his left hand into the flames as well, and then left leg, right leg, and after a quarter of an hour, his entire body was covered in the dark blue flames. His entire body was covered by the blue flames. Looking at this scene, Bai Qiu's eyes widened. She was almost petrified on the spot and could not say a word. Lin Tian actually walked directly into the terrifying dark blue flame, and nothing happened to him. Heavens, this is a freak, she muttered. Inside the dark blue flame, although Lin Tian was not injured and was not in danger, he did not feel good. He felt his entire body go numb, and every movement was extremely difficult. The dark blue flame was extremely cold, as if it was polar ice. But inside it, he could clearly feel that he could turn into ashes at any time. Buzz! A faint light surrounded his body. He activated the medicine encyclopedia even faster, and it flowed through his body over and over again. After another quarter of an hour, he began to absorb the dark blue flame outside his body. The dark blue flames leaped like fire spirits and entered Lin Tian's body. Then, under the light of the medicine codex in his body, the dark blue flames slowly disintegrated and fused into his flesh and blood like specks of stars. Such a scene caused both Bai Qiu and Yang Qi to be moved. He is actually refining the dark blue flame? How did he do it? Bai Qiu exclaimed. Yang Qi was also shocked. but he quickly regained his composure. He said to Bai Qiu, "Quiet, don't speak again." Bai Qiu nodded, obviously understanding Yang Qi's meaning. He was worried that talking would disturb Lin Tian. After all, the dark blue flame was indeed dangerous. If there was even the slightest accident during the refining process, it could lead to unimaginable consequences. Buzz! In front of them, Lin Tian stood inside the dark blue flame. His entire body was covered by the dark blue flame, and it entered his body bit by bit. Then he sat down cross-legged and focused on activating the medicine encyclopedia. The medicine encyclopedia was the most ancient scripture of the alchemists. It was the culmination of an ancient alchemist's life's work, and it had unimaginable effects. At this moment, Lin Tian was activating the medicine encyclopedia. The dark blue flame was like a docile pet, methodically entering his body. Of course, even though the dark blue flame did not cause any disturbances when it entered his body, the extreme coldness still made him uncomfortable. At this moment, his entire body was ice cold. Every inch of his skin was colder than ice. He felt as if he was about to suffocate, and even moving his lips was difficult. However, he was not an ordinary person. He endured this pain and used all his strength to activate the medicine encyclopedia even faster. The dark blue flame continued to enter his body, and then it was refined into his flesh and blood. Qi! 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 As he activated the medicine encyclopedia, the dark blue flame entered his body, and streaks of fiery light appeared on the surface of his body. He had refined the dark blue flame. This did not help his cultivation at all, but it had an amazing effect on his cultivation as an alchemist. As the dark blue flame continued to be refined into his flesh and blood true yuan, he suddenly felt that it would be much easier to refine the level 4 energy sealing pill than it was when he was a level 4 alchemist. However, during this process, he had to endure unimaginable pain. After the dark blue flame entered his body, it was as if it wanted to freeze his internal organs. Even his flesh and true yuan felt extreme coldness. Then came the excruciating pain, which was 10 times more intense than when he was constructing his god meridians. Just a while more. He gritted his teeth and endured. The medicine encyclopedia activated even faster. Outside his body, the dark blue flame entered his body bit by bit and gradually decreased. Very quickly, for hours passed. After 4 hours, the dark blue flame outside Lin Tian's body had completely disappeared. All of it had been absorbed into his body. However, he did not immediately stand up. Instead, he continued to sit cross-legged on the ground. At this time, the icy flame of the dark blue flame was still intertwining in his body. This caused his body to be stiff and painful. It was difficult for him to move, so he could only continue to activate the medicine encyclopedia. After that, another 2 hours passed before he was finally able to move and stand up from the ground. Bai Qiu heaved a sigh of relief and quickly ran over. "How are you? Are you okay?" she asked with concern. Yang Qi did not move from his spot, but his gaze was fixed on Lin Tian. Lin Tian nodded at Yang Qi, then looked at Bai Qiu and smiled. "Excellent." He stretched out his right hand, and with a thought, a ball of green flame appeared, causing the surrounding space to distort. Bai Qiu's expression changed. "This is alchemy fire. A level 4 alchemy fire." Chapter 435. Pill fire is the most basic offensive technique of an alchemist. It is divided into 7 levels from weak to strong. The colors are yellow, purple, green, blue, red, and black. No pop-up window. Reading a book. 1. K. and SH. U. As the eldest princess of the ancient by family. Although Bai Qiu is not an alchemist, she knows the basics of alchemy. At this moment, seeing Lin Tian show a green pill fire, she was shocked. The 4th level pill fire, generally speaking, only a 5th grade alchemist can have it. How can you have it? Bai Qiu stared at him. Because I'm a fifth-grade alchemist. Lin Tianyi smiled. After refining the dark blue flame, his alchemy level had a breakthrough, directly reaching the fifth-grade alchemist level. What? Bai Qiu's eyes widened. She knew that Lin Tian knows alchemy since the Wuji Gate, but she didn't expect that Lin Tian's alchemy level has already reached the fifth grade. A grade 5 alchemist was an expert even in the 3 alchemist clans, and all of them were great figures that had lived for 200 or 300 years. Yet now, Lin Tian had actually attained the grade 5 alchemist realm before the age of 20. Not only her, but even Yang Qi was shocked. A 5th grade alchemist is very rare in the second heaven. Bai Qiu stared at Lin Tian and suddenly rushed forward. You brat, tell me, who are you? Not only do you know alchemy, but you also know how to engrave array patterns. You actually cultivate martial arts, alchemy, and array at the same time. Bai Qiu couldn't help but be surprised. In the history of cultivation, there is basically no one who cultivates all 3 paths at the same time. There is no end to learning. It's not a bad thing to learn more. Lin Tiandao, that's not necessarily true. If you learn too many things, it's difficult to reach the end of any path. Bai Qiu curled her lips and stared fiercely at Lin Tian. This lady is not discussing whether learning more is a good thing or not. I'm asking you, where did you learn all these things? Some things can't be learned without a teacher. You must have a master. You've guessed it all. You're amazing. Lin Tian smiled. He felt that this girl's confident look was rather cute. Although he did have a master, the Tao of formations and the Tao of pills that he had learned had nothing to do with that old guy. It was completely passed down from within the divine sword. Sure enough, when I met you before, you said that you came out from the deep mountains and rarely entered the mortal world. Could it be that you've always been cultivating with your master? She stared at Lin Tian and said, Speaking of which, is your master powerful? She clenched her small fists and seemed to be a little excited. After all, Lin Tian was very powerful, and to be able to teach such a disciple, the master must not be simple. She felt that Lin Tian's master should be at least a powerful existence in the 7th heaven of the Tongxian realm. Reading books in the first place. 1. CC. I'm not sure how powerful they are, but they can easily beat up your ancient families. Lin Tiandao. Bai Qiu stared at Lin Tian and burst out laughing. You really know how to brag. The ancient families in the 2nd heaven have all been passed down from ancient times. Their foundations are shockingly deep, and there are great Tao realm powerhouses overseeing them. You actually said that your master can easily beat such a large faction? Do you think that your master is a peak great Tao realm powerhouse, or an existence that surpasses the great Tao realm? Bai Qiu covered her small mouth and snickered. You even guessed my bragging? You're amazing. Lin Tian gave her a thumbs up. Bai Qiu snorted and continued to ask Lin Tian. Lin Tian refined the dark blue flame, and the 3 of them continued to walk forward. Along the way, they did not encounter any danger. Other than the dim space and the humid air, nothing else was affected. After the 3 of them walked for a while, a large internal lake suddenly appeared in front of them. The surface of the lake was sparkling, and it was actually brighter than other places. At this point, Lin Tian stopped in his tracks, and the stilling water bead in his arms suddenly moved on its own. He was slightly surprised. The stilling water bead vibrated, and traces of light seeped out, pointing directly at the sparkling lake. This is mystic water. Bai Qiu was moved. Mystic water? Lin Tian was puzzled. I told you to study more, but you don't know anything. You're really stupid. Bai Qiu explained, mystic water is also known as the essence of water or sky heart water. In short, it is the essence of water. Legend has it that the stilling water bead was born in mystic water, so it has the ability to control water. In addition, mystic water can also condense mystic water stones. These mystic water stones are very mysterious and can be used to store mystical abilities, secret arts, and so on in advance. It is comparable to the martial fusion runes made by powerful array manipulators. Read a book? 1. Moreover, this thing can also store Dao marks, formation runes, pill seals, and so on. Although its value is far inferior to the stilling water bead, it is still very shocking. It can store mystical abilities, secret arts, and even Dao marks, formation runes, and pill seals in advance. Lin Tianwei was shocked. This was the first time he had heard of such a thing. It seemed that this thing was much more powerful than the martial fusion runes. After all, the martial fusion runes could only be used to fuse mystical abilities and martial skills. Dao marks, formation runes, and pill seals could not be fused in. Of course. Bai Qiu nodded. He stared at Lin Tian and said, I see the stilling water bead in your pocket is shining. Thinking about it, this stilling water bead should have been obtained by the Sea Region ancient king in the past. Since this place can produce the stilling water bead, then there must be mystic water stones under the mystic water lake. This thing is very difficult to find even for ancient clans and sacred lands of inheritance. It is very precious. Quickly, let's go down and take a look and take all the mystic water stones. Lin Tian nodded. He used the stilling water bead to break open the surface of the mystic water lake. Suddenly, a pure white light overflowed from below. Looking over, there were many transparent crystals condensed below. They were like glass, and there was a faint light lingering around them. There really is. Bai Qiu was pleasantly surprised. These are mystic water stones? Lin Tian narrowed his eyes. With a rough glance, there were about 100 cubic meters of mystic water stones below. Bai Qiu clenched his small fist. The mystic water stones accumulated by our Bai family only add up to 12 cubic meters, but there are so many here. It is enough to inscribe many mystical abilities and secret techniques. If we auction them, we can sell them for a sky-high price. The three walked to the bottom of the lake, and each took action. They took all the mystic water stones and carefully put them away. After some calculations, they each took about 40 cubic meters of mystic water stones. Mystic water stones, used to inscribe killing formations. I wonder how effective they are. Lin Tian muttered to himself. Bai Qiu tilted his head. What are you talking about? Lin Tian shook his head. He put the mystic water stones into his stone ring. After breaking open the mystic water lake, he continued forward with the other two. After about 2 days, the three reached the end of the dark gorge. They could see a cave in front of them. Outside the cave, harmful water was flowing, but it did not flow in. This made the three exclaim. They had to admit that this was a miracle of nature. There was a special flow inside the dark gorge that prevented large amounts of seawater from entering. Let's go. Bai Qiu urged. Lin Tian's true yuan had recovered. He used the water-steadying pearl to support a light screen, enveloping the two of them and shooting out of the dark gorge. After about 10 breaths, the three of them emerged from the sea and rose into the air. The light screen supported by the water-steadying pearl disappeared. Lin Tian put the pearl away again. Whoosh! A light breeze blew, bringing with it a bit of moisture and a salty smell. They were standing on the boundless sea, but they could see the continent in the distance and hear the cries of birds and beasts. We're out. We're already far away from the sea. Bai Qiu said happily. The three of them were not slow. They soon left the sea and returned to the continent. This was an old forest, surrounded by flourishing trees. There were many demonic beasts living here, and the demonic energy in the air was very dense. Yang Qi nodded to Lin Tian and did not say anything. He walked on his own and soon disappeared into the depths of the old forest. This guy is like a block of wood. He didn't even open his mouth. Bai Qiu muttered. Lin Tian knocked her on the head. He helped you block the Ghost King's attack before. Don't you know how to be grateful? I know, but... Bai Qiu looked in the direction Yang Qi left and said, Actually, it's understandable. That person is undoubtedly a descendant of the Yang clan. When the clan was in trouble, It was destroyed by Tai Xian and Wan Tong. All these years, he should have been living in hatred. It's normal for him to be silent. Maybe he'll be better after he gets his revenge. But that's too difficult. Tai Xian and Wan Tong were ancient giants of this heaven realm. Wanting to destroy these two forces was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. We just need to surpass the great Tao realm. Lin Tian said. He knew that the strongest people in the few major forces were at the great Tao realm. As long as there was a great Tao realm expert, or even a peak great Tao realm expert, it would not be too difficult to destroy such a major force. It's easy to say. Is it so easy to surpass the great Tao realm? Bai Qiu curled her lips and said, on the path of cultivation, the immortal ascension realm is the true starting point of the martial path. And this realm stops at least 80% of cultivators. Firstly, ordinary people can't reach this level. Secondly, even if they can, 99% of cultivators will be buried by the heavenly tribulation. Think about it, it's already so difficult to reach the immortal ascension realm, let alone the great Tao realm. Do you think he's an ordinary person? Lin Tiandao. He doesn't seem like one. That person definitely doesn't have a king body, but his battle prowess is terrifying. He's not inferior to my brother. Bai Qiu muttered. Lin Tian shook his head and walked in another direction. Bai Qiu curled her lips and quickly followed. You've played in the sea region. Why aren't you going home? Your family must be worried. Lin Tiandao. Bai Qiu immediately became unhappy. Hey, what do you mean by that? A beautiful girl like me, who is capable of causing the downfall of a country, is running around with you, not fearing hardship or tiredness. You should feel honored. You should be happy. You should be reluctant to let me leave. But you actually want to chase me away. That's too much. Are you a man? Lin Tian was speechless. He really wanted to push this girl down and spank her, but he rolled his eyes. He was really defeated by this girl. All right, I'm grateful. Young miss, you can follow me as long as you want. I'm fine with it, he said. That's more like it. Bai Qiu nodded. Lin Tian was speechless, but he smiled. This girl was lively and wouldn't be bored if she accompanied him. The two of them left the old forest. In the blink of an eye, they spent a few days together. On this day, a few powerful divine power fluctuations suddenly appeared in the distant sky. 3 old men appeared in front of the two of them. Qiu, why are you walking with this person? One of them said in a deep voice. He stared coldly at Lin Tian, not hiding the killing intent in his eyes at all. Chapter 436. The people from the Bai family had arrived. They were all in the realm of immortality, and they stared coldly at Lin Tian. No pop-up window. Qiu, come here, one of them said. Beside him, the other 2 people closed in on Lin Tian. Clearly, they wanted to kill Lin Tian. Lin Tian narrowed his eyes. The 3 of them were only at the early stage of immortality. He didn't care about them at all. Ancestral patriarchs don't do anything rash. I've already talked to him. All our grudges have been settled. Bai Qiu stood in front of them. The 3 of them heard that, and their faces darkened. Grudges have been settled. He killed so many people from the Bai family. You want to settle it with just one sentence. The 3 of them looked gloomy. Lin Tian had destroyed several of the Bai family strongholds and killed many of the Bai family's powerful cultivators. How could the 3 of them let Lin Tian go? After all, the people who had killed Lin Tian, including the 7 heroes of the Bai family, were all from the collateral family. Suddenly, 3 faint waves of divine power surged and sealed off every corner in all directions. Lin Tian raised his hand, sword light flickered, and a sonorous sound rang out. Bai Qiu turned around and looked at Lin Tian without saying a word. Lin Tian blushed with shame and put down his raised hand. The 3 Bai family members snorted and stepped forward. Killing intent filled the air. Qiu, step aside, one of them said. Bai Qiu looked at the 3 of them. A ball of light rushed out of her body and turned into a divine seal. Suddenly, the three of them changed their expressions and their faces darkened. Divine command. Ancestral patriarchs, don't make me order you. Baiqiu said, the three old men were all powerful cultivators from the collateral family of the Bai family. At this moment, Baiqiu was displaying divine command. As the symbol of the Bai family's princess, she had the authority to order anyone in the collateral family. Even in the direct family, she had absolute authority. However, she usually didn't care about her identity as the eldest princess. Regardless of whether she was from the collateral family or the direct family, she had always respected her elders. At this moment, the three old men wanted to attack Lin Tian. She had no choice but to use her status as the Bai family's princess to pressure them. Their faces darkened as they glared at Lin Tian. After a while, they stepped back, but their killing intent was still there. Thank you, ancestors. Baiqiu nodded and put the Xinwu token back into his body. The clan head wants you to return to the clan. The people from that bloodline are here. Your matter will be settled in the near future, an old man said. Baiqiu's expression darkened as she bit her lip. After a while, she turned around and looked at Lin Tian. She smiled and said, Sidekick, I'm going home. I've been very happy during this time. Thank you for playing with me. Lin Tian frowned. What's wrong with you? He always felt that Baiqiu's smile was very forced and that there was something wrong with his mood. It's fine. I'm the princess of the Bai family, a peerless genius who looks down on the second heaven. What can happen to me? Baiqiu said. Lin Tian was stunned and speechless. He took out the stilling water bead and handed it to Baiqiu. Keep it well. This is what you want. It can keep you young forever. Behind him, the three people of the Bai family were slightly shocked. They naturally recognized the stilling water bead. Such a precious treasure was countless times more valuable than an immortal artifact. Lin Tian actually gave it away so easily. Baiqiu looked at the stilling water bead and shook his head. I don't want it. You can keep it. It should be able to help you a lot. Lin Tian was slightly surprised. What kind of wind is blowing today? He pulled Baiqiu's hand and forced the stilling water bead into her hand. I said, I'll give it to you. This is yours. This girl had always been very good to him. She liked the stilling water bead, so he naturally wouldn't keep it for himself. Baiqiu froze in place and looked at the stilling water bead in her hand. For a moment, she was a little dazed. Let's go back. A low voice sounded. The three elders of the Bai family stared at them and urged Baiqiu. Baiqiu took a deep breath and carefully put away the stilling water bead. She said to Lin Tian, I'm going home. Okay. Lin Tian nodded. Baiqiu stared at Lin Tian and took a few steps back. Then she turned around and soared into the air, following the three elders into the distance. In the blink of an eye, the four of them walked more than 10 feet away. Just then, Baiqiu stopped and turned around. Lin Tian, you're an idiot, an idiot. At the same time, the sound of air braking rang out. In the blink of an eye, Baiqiu's figure disappeared into the distance. The three people of the Bai family coldly glanced at Lin Tian and also left. Lin Tian stood in place and stared ahead. He was also a little stunned. He frowned. He had a bad feeling about this. Forget it. Shaking his head, he took one last look at the direction Baiqiu left and walked to the other side. In the old forest, a small stream flowed, splashing. Lin Tian walked on the water. Every step he took created a little ripple, like a dragonfly skimming the surface of the water. Not long after, he left the stream and walked into the forest. The spiritual energy in the second heaven was much denser than in the first heaven. Even in some ordinary old forests, there were powerful beasts. The birds were chirping nonstop, adding a lot of vitality and spirituality to the old forests. Lin Tian walked inch by inch. After a day, he found a hidden place. This was a canyon with steep stone walls. There were few people here, and not even the footprints of beasts could be seen. He used sword Qi to carve out a platform, cleaned up the dust on it, and then sat down cross-legged. Buzz! He activated the four extreme scripture, and a faint silver light surrounded him. The silver light wrapped around his body, and the aura on his body gradually became stronger. So far, his cultivation had been very smooth, and his progress was very fast. At least compared to other people of the same generation, it was very fast. Now he sat down here and prepared to seriously go through his cultivation and the various techniques that he had mastered. He had now reached the third heaven of the Zephyr realm, and his qi and blood were very vigorous. Powerful true essence fluctuations intertwined outside his body, and occasionally a hurricane would sweep up. He closed his eyes and put his hands on his knees. The four extremes scripture circulated faster, and the aura on his body became stronger and stronger. It was not until 2 hours later that he stopped. Huff! Exhaling a mouthful of turbid air, he raised his right hand, and a Tao diagram appeared. For symbols Tao diagram, the four symbols Tao diagram rotated and moved according to his will. From the initial diameter of an inch, it slowly expanded to a diameter of more than 10 feet, and finally turned into a divine diagram with a diameter of 5 feet. It slowly hovered above his head, shining with divine light. Four symbols seal, seal human, seal ghost, seal immortal, seal God, and seal self. He muttered to himself. His cultivation had reached the third heaven of the Zephyr realm, and the four symbols seal he displayed was even more powerful. When my cultivation improves further, I can try to cultivate the second layer of the four symbols seal. The four symbols seal was a supreme secret technique of the Celestial Lords, and it was the core technique of the ancient Celestial Lords. It was very difficult to cultivate, and with Lin Tian's current cultivation, he still couldn't cultivate the second layer of the four symbol seal. Even so, the first layer of the four symbols seal he displayed was already terrifying enough, and few people of the same generation could resist it. He put away the four symbol seal, and with his true essence, his hands moved rhythmically. Buzz! Behind him, the primitive mountain, the treasure bell, the barren heaven realm, the divine roar palace, and the sun ocean all appeared one by one. The divine art of divination, the supreme attack technique created by Lord Darren, was known as the Battle Saint technique, and it could create all things in the world. As he used the divining divine technique, more divining divine elephants appeared in this space. They were dignified and divine, and their auras were magnificent. Finally, little fellows appeared at his feet one by one. There were white rabbits, raccoons, and civet cats. The little fellows weren't shy at all, and they clumsily crawled to Lin Tian's side, jumping around happily. Lin Tian's lips curled up slightly, and he withdrew the divine art of divination after a while. He stood up, and the aura around him changed. His eyes suddenly became sharp, and sword intent flashed in them. Clang! 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 The sound of weapons was ear-piercing, and treasure weapons suddenly appeared around him. There were a total of 108 weapons, and among them there were 3 quasi-immortal weapons, all flashing with cold, murderous light. At this moment, he displayed the weapon manipulation technique. As these weapons screeched, the space around him seemed to be distorted, as if it would collapse in the next moment. The clanging sounds were endless, and it wasn't until dozens of breaths later that he stopped and withdrew all the treasure weapons. I've only mastered about 30% of this treasure skill now, he muttered to himself. The weapon manipulation technique was said to be able to turn every blade of grass and every tree in the world into a divine weapon when cultivated to the extreme. It was the only martial skill that wasn't a divine power, but it was stronger than most divine powers. Lin Tian thought for a while, and suddenly felt that the person who created this technique was an out-and-out genius. He used a martial skill to suppress most divine powers and treasure skills. I don't know which layer of heaven it was passed down from. How could that person in the ancient tomb have mastered the weapon manipulation technique? And it was a complete weapon manipulation technique. He was a little confused. However, he only thought for a while, and then he didn't care about it. He didn't need to investigate these things. He raised his right hand and drew in the void. Immediately, lines of runes jumped out and imprinted in the void. He was now a 6th-stage array manipulator and could freely carve runes in the void with his soul power. He didn't need to rely on things like ink and scrolls anymore. Now he could study more formation runes, confinement runes, illusory arrays, and killing arrays. Array Dao encompassing everything. After that, he displayed the Yin Yang Hua and the Yin Yang Lotus Sea, which bloomed with treasure light in the canyon. For hours later, he stopped and began to sort out his alchemy techniques. With his current level as a 5th-tier alchemist, he could already concoct some special alchemy pills, and he could also cultivate more alchemy treasured techniques, which would also have endless, wonderful uses in battle. 4 symbols seal: divination divine art, weapon manipulation technique, Yin Yang Hua, Yin Yang Lotus Sea, Array Dao, Alchemy Dao. He organized all the methods he had mastered one by one, and his eyes shone brightly. With my current cultivation base, coupled with these methods, it's enough to kill ordinary early-stage immortal ascension cultivators. He circulated the 4 extremes scripture a few more times on the spot, stabilizing his aura, and then left the canyon. Next, his gaze was calm as he continued to walk through the various mountains. I wonder how they are doing now. I want to go back. He muttered to himself. Lin Shi, Jiyu, and Sushu. 3 figures appeared in his mind at this moment. Time passed quickly. Thinking back, he had already left the first level for a long time. Chapter 437. Standing in the old forest, Lin Tian recalled every detail of his time in the first heaven. In Fengjian City, he and Lin Shi depended on each other. In the 9 Suns martial house, he met Sushu. In the Imperial City, he walked with Jiyu. In the blink of an eye, he had been away from the first heaven for too long. It had already been half a year. See? Half a year didn't sound long, but it wasn't short either. How long do I have to wait before I can go back? Shaking his head, he continued to walk forward. Strolling in the forest, his aura was very peaceful. Occasionally, he would even play with some small animals in the forest. Not long after, he entered another green mountain and suddenly saw a thatched cottage. The thatched cottage was very simple. It was made of wood and covered with grass to protect it from the wind and rain. The thatched cottage was surrounded by a fence, forming a small courtyard in front. There was a table and stone benches in the courtyard. Staring at the thatched cottage, Lin Tian suddenly felt a familiar aura. He walked up and came to the edge of the fence. Creak! With a soft sound, the door of the thatched cottage was pushed open, and a man in black walked out. Looking at Lin Tian outside the thatched cottage, the man in black had a strange look in his eyes. Lin Tian was standing outside the courtyard. When he saw the man in black walk out, he was a little surprised. I didn't expect you to live here, he said. The man in black was none other than Yang Qi. Yang Qi didn't say anything and just nodded. Aren't you going to invite me in? Lin Tian said with a smile. Yang Qi walked over and opened the fenced courtyard door. Then he returned to the thatched cottage and got some wine and a bowl. This man didn't say anything unnecessary. He sat down with Lin Tian on a wooden chair in the courtyard, poured a bowl of strong wine, and pushed it to Lin Tian. Lin Tian picked up the bowl, drank a little, and put it down. He didn't like to drink, but since the host was so kind, he naturally wouldn't refuse. The environment here is not bad, he said. It's okay, Yang Qi said. He picked up the bowl in front of him and drank it in one gulp. Lin Tian knew that Yang Qi's blood feud was as deep as the sea, so he didn't bring it up. On this day, he stayed at Yang Qi's place and chatted with this man about a lot of topics. Of course, most of the time, he was the one doing the talking. Yang Qi rarely spoke. As night approached, the stars in the sky flashed. Lin Tian raised his head and looked at the specks of stars. The silver moonlight fell, enveloping this world in a hazy radiance. "Do you know how to get to the first heaven?" he asked. Yang Qi frowned, not understanding why Lin Tian would ask such a question. Compared to the second heaven, the first heaven was no different from an ordinary village. If Lin Tian had asked him how to get to the third heavenly layer, he would not have been confused. However, Lin Tian had asked him how to get to the first heavenly layer. "I want to go to the first heaven," Lin Tian said bluntly. He and Yang Qi weren't close friends, but he felt that he could trust this man. Moreover, going to the first heaven itself wasn't a big deal. It wasn't a secret that couldn't be revealed. Yang Qi looked at Lin Tian. After a while, he said, "In the second heaven, the easternmost space-time portal leads to the third heaven, while the easternmost space-time portal leads to the first heaven. However, rumor has it that there are some problems with the space-time portal in the first heaven. From the second heaven to the first heaven, one has to pass through the space-time portal in the first heaven, which is dangerous. Only those who have reached the immortal ascension realm and above have a 60% chance of safely going from the second heaven to the first heaven. The easternmost space-time portal leads to the second heaven. The easternmost space-time portal leads to the first heaven," Lin Tian said in a low voice. His eyes flickered with a bright light, but it quickly dimmed. He came from the first heaven, so he naturally knew that there were some problems with the space-time portal in the first heaven. Ordinary cultivators couldn't pass through it and couldn't go from the first heaven to the second heaven. However, he didn't expect that from the second heaven to the first heaven, one would have to face such a problem. One also needed to be at the immortal ascension realm. Yang Qi didn't ask Lin Tian what he was going to do in the first heaven. He just drank and didn't talk much. The next day, the sky cleared up. Lin Tian said goodbye and left the place. Walking in the old forest, his eyes flashed and became stronger. "I have to get stronger as soon as possible and reach the immortal ascension realm," he said to himself. He walked out of the old forest and appeared on a road of cultivators, which immediately attracted the attention of many cultivators. "That's Lin Kuangren. Do you want to die? Keep your voice down. This person is even more terrifying than the desolate demon body of the heavenly demon mountain. He's not just a little bit strong." Many people had a look of fear on their faces. Lin Tian's cultivation was now very strong. Naturally, he heard these people's words, but he didn't care. Crossing the road of cultivators, he walked into another old forest. "Should I return to the sea to continue my training?" he said to himself. He was now alone and had only one short-term goal, which was to reach the immortal ascension realm and then return to the first heaven. Walking in the Lin Tian, he breathed in the fresh air. In the blink of an eye, another 3 days passed. "I heard that the Li family leader brought the extreme young physique to the Bai family. It seems that it has something to do with the princess of the Bai family." The people of the Bai family were very enthusiastic, and many big shots showed up to welcome the Li family. The Li family's extreme young physique? That Li Guhuang? Yes, that's him. It seems that he's going to marry the princess of the Bai family. On this day, the news spread out. In the second heaven, many people were surprised. In the 10 directions heaven, legend had it that there were 12 king physiques. The reincarnation physique had never appeared, and the chaos physique was recognized as the strongest, followed by the extreme yang physique and the extreme yang physique. Li Guhuang had the sun physique, and his battle prowess was unparalleled. He was truly invincible among his peers. Even some of the older generation immortal-reaching realm experts were no match for him. His future achievements were limitless. Such a terrifying person was now personally heading to the Bai clan under the leadership of the Li clan leader. This, undoubtedly, caused a great commotion. It's confirmed. The extreme young physique Li Guhuang is going to marry the princess of the Bai family. Is that really the case? The princess of the Bai family, is indeed very beautiful. Her beauty is unparalleled in the world. But just based on this point, can the Li family leader, who is also an ancient family, personally bring the extreme young physique to the Bai family? That doesn't seem possible. Some people were puzzled. In the next few days, countless cultivators rushed to the Bai family's periphery, gathered outside the gate, and stared at the Bai family's interior. As an ancient family, the Li family's leader brought his own invincible king physique to the Bai family. This really stirred up the nerves of many people. However, no one could understand why the princess of the Bai family could make the Li family, which was also an ancient family, make such a big scene. The Li family leader and the extreme young physique came in person. Lin Tian was walking in an old forest. Naturally, he also heard the news. The branch in his hand snapped with a crack. This news came too suddenly, causing him to be a little stunned. He involuntarily clenched his right hand. Extreme young physique. The Li family leader personally brought the extreme young physique Li Guhuang to the Bai family. This scene was a bit too big. The cultivators of the second heaven didn't understand, but Lin Tian knew that it was because Bai Qiu had the extreme yin physique. He thought of an ancient saying. The combination of the extreme yin physique and the extreme yang physique can give birth to a descendant of the chaos physique. As long as the reincarnation physique doesn't appear, the descendant of the chaos physique can become truly invincible. He suddenly remembered what Bai Qiu said to him. If the adults in the family force you to do something you don't want to do, saying it's for your own good, will you be happy? Thus, he finally understood that marrying the extreme yang physique and giving birth to a descendant of the chaos physique was indeed a good thing. However, he was very unhappy because he knew too much about the inheritance of these families. What they really wanted was a descendant of the chaos physique. A descendant of the chaos physique, no matter how mediocre, could step into the chaos realm. A descendant of the chaos physique in the chaos realm was enough for these two families to look down on the entire 10 directions heaven. They could be invincible for at least 100,000 years. He remembered that when he said to Bai Qiu, "Be careful that the person you like doesn't like you back," the girl's expression suddenly became a little gloomy. He remembered Bai Qiu's wish. When she was strong enough, she would suppress all the old antiques in the family. Therefore, he also understood that the girl didn't want to marry the extreme young physique. Everything was forced by the old antiques in the family. He remembered what he said to Bai Qiu. If your family forces you to do something you don't want to do, they won't have any malicious intentions. After all, they are blood relatives. He suddenly laughed at himself. Those old antiques in the Bai family mainly wanted a descendant of the chaos physique. For this reason, they didn't care about Bai Qiu's wishes. He remembered a few days ago when he parted with Bai Qiu, the forced smile on her face. Suddenly, he felt even more unhappy. Flames flashed in his right fist. After a while, he finally loosened his fist, sighed softly, and walked away. The Bai family was very lively. The house was decorated with lanterns and streamers, and all the important figures came out to welcome the people of the Li family. The important figures of the Bai family and the Li family naturally knew about the extreme yin physique and the extreme yang physique. Once the two of them married, soon a descendant of the chaos physique would be born. The two families would protect the descendant of the extreme yang physique all the way to the chaos realm. Soon after, the two clans would be able to reach the heavens. They would no longer be able to look down on the second heaven, but the entire 10th heaven. In a pavilion, Bai Qiu stayed in her room, staring blankly at the steadying water bead in her hand. Why is that guy so stupid? I have hinted so many times, but he doesn't feel anything at all, she muttered. In the forest, Lin Tian said to give birth to a child, and she said to consummate the marriage. On the ship, Lin Tian stared at her, and she said that he must like her. In the sea, when he refined the spirit vein, she asked him if he wanted to do anything to her, and she said that she wouldn't resist. She felt that she had hinted very clearly. No matter how stupid he was, he should be able to understand her feelings. Idiot! Idiot! Thinking about it, She couldn't help but tear up, falling on the steadying water bead in her hand. "He gave it to you." A voice sounded behind her. She didn't know when Baiziki came and stood behind her. Baichio was shocked and quickly wiped away her tears. "Brother." Seeing his sister wipe away her tears, Baiziki was silent for a while, then said, "Do you like him?" Baichio sniffled, lowered her head, and said, "Family is the most important. I know I won't be willful this time." Baiziki's face gradually became a little ugly. He stepped forward and pulled Baichio up. "If you don't want to marry, then don't marry. I will take you to him," he said. Chapter 438. Baiziki was a few years older than Baichio. Because he had been chosen as the family's holy son and would inherit the position of family head in the future, he had always been calm and reserved. He was also very strict with Baichio. Full text. However, this didn't mean that he didn't care about Baichio. On the contrary, he doted on his only sister more than anything else. A long time ago, the old antiques in the family had contacted the Li family about Baichio and the Sun Constitution. He naturally knew what those people were thinking. They wanted a descendant with a chaos constitution because a chaos constitution could easily enter the realm of chaos and look down on the world. It could allow the Bai family to prosper for 100,000 years, and no one would dare to offend them for 100,000 years. After learning about this, Baichio was very unhappy, but he didn't say anything and kept silent. However, recently his sister had been crying frequently, and he felt very uncomfortable. At this moment, when Baichio wiped her tears and said, "Family is most important," he was finally angry. Bang! He kicked the front door open and pulled Baichio out. "Brother!" Baichio's expression changed. Baiziki pulled his sister out of the Bai family's house with an indifferent expression. Because he was angry, he didn't hide anything. The commotion soon attracted many people. "Ziki, what are you doing?" An old man appeared. This was the 9th elder of the Bai family, Sujabai. He was at the second sky of immortal ascension and was an important figure in the Bai family. "Nothing," Baiziki said. He didn't care about the person in front of him and pulled Baichio out. The 9th elder frowned and asked, "The Li family's people are already here. Where are you taking Chio now?" Baiziki didn't say anything and walked forward indifferently. "Stop," the 9th elder said in a low voice. He saw Baiziki and his sister's abnormality and blocked in front of Baiziki. With a boom, a strong force emerged from Baiziki's body. Lightning intertwined and flashed past the elder. He didn't say anything and walked out of the Bai family's house without changing his pace. Seemingly seeing what Baiziki wanted to do, the 9th elder's expression immediately changed. "Everyone, do your best to stop him." "Yes." "Holy Son, please stop." "Saint Youthis, please stop." That is the 9th elder of our direct lineage. Many people blocked his path. Baiziki's body was surrounded by light. He took a step forward and left everyone behind. The 9th elder's expression changed. Even someone as powerful as him could not compare to such a movement technique and such speed. "Brother." Baiziki pulled Baichio back, her face full of worry. Baiziki didn't say anything. There were many people who tried to stop him, but without exception, they were all left behind. He had the thunder god physique, so who could stop him? Soon, the commotion grew bigger and bigger. More important figures of the Bai clan appeared, and even the Li clan's experts rushed over. "Ziki, what are you doing?" A middle-aged man shouted. The middle-aged man was dressed in a purple robe. He walked with a majestic gait, giving off an extremely dignified feeling. He was the patriarch of the Bai family. Staring at Baiziki and seeing Baiziki holding Baichio's hand, the patriarch of the Bai clan suddenly thought of something, and his expression darkened. "Go back!" The middle-aged man shouted. Baichio's face was a little pale. She sniffled and said, "Brother, let's go back." Baiziki tilted his head and looked at Baichio. He held Baichio's hand and could feel Baichio's nervousness. He could even feel Baichio's sadness. Her palm was already full of sweat. He raised his head and looked at the patriarch of the Bai clan. He took a step forward and said, "Get out of the way! How dare you? Is this how you talk to your father?" The patriarch of the Bai clan's face suddenly darkened. Baiziki's face was cold. With a boom, the divine chime palace rose and a thunder god appeared. This was an extremely terrifying force. With a bang, the patriarch of the Bai clan was pushed back more than 3 steps. The patriarch of the Bai clan, was shocked and angry. He was shocked because Baiziki had reached the 5th sky of the Zephyr realm and could push him back. He was angry because his eldest son dared to use force against him, his brother. Bai Chio's expression also changed. She had never seen her brother disrespect an elder in the clan. Baiziki's expression was cold. With a group of people blocking his way, he glanced at the people of the Li clan and the Li clan's son Physique. Finally, his gaze landed on the patriarch of the Bai clan. She is usually a little naughty and willful, but she is purer than anyone else. Her heart is as clean as a piece of white paper. Staring at the people of the Bai clan, his expression was cold. "You want to be strong and stand at the top of the Empyrean region? Sure, but don't try to use my sister's lifelong happiness in exchange." The Li clan's son Physique frowned, and his eyes shone brightly. The patriarch of the Li clan and the others' expressions darkened. "Go back!" The patriarch of the Bai clan shouted. As his words fell, many people of the Bai clan blocked the way. Obviously, they wanted to stop Baiziki from leaving. "Today, regardless of bloodline or identity, anyone who blocks me is my enemy," Baiziki said coldly. With a boom, the divine chime palace shook. Bolts of purple lightning fell from the sky, and the sky changed color. In an old forest, rivers flowed, birds chirped, and insects chirped. It was quiet and peaceful. Lin Tian walked alone in the forest step by step. He held a blade of grass in his hand. His face was expressionless, but the light in his eyes flickered from time to time. "TSK." With a soft sound, the blade of grass in his hand was directly crushed. He stopped in his tracks. Along the way, this was the 96th blade of grass that he had accidentally crushed. In the sky, the scorching sun hung high, sprinkling down strands of scorching light. He tilted his head and looked at the Bai clan. His eyes were sometimes cold, sometimes dim, and sometimes calm. "The adults in the clan are forcing you to do something you don't like, saying it's for your own good. Will you be happy? Okay, let's consummate our marriage. Whether I say it or not, the truth is there. If you refute it, it means that you have a guilty conscience. You must like me. There's only the 2 of us here. Are you going to do anything to me? Don't worry, I won't resist. I'm going home." Familiar voices echoed in Lin Tian's mind. In the end, they stopped at 4 words. "I'm going home." He could still vaguely remember Bai Chio's forced smile at that time. Then he seemed to see the sadness in her eyes. "I'm going home" should have contained the word happiness. Unfortunately, at that time, she was not happy. He closed his eyes. After a while, he slowly opened them. 2 rays of light flashed past. Swoosh! With a flash of silver light, his figure disappeared on the spot. Not long after, he appeared on a grassy plain. There was wind and waves on the grassy plain. He stared into the distance and walked in the direction of the Bai clan. However, in the next moment, he stopped. In the distance, a blood-stained figure approached from the distance. He carried a young girl and walked in front of him. The young girl's face was delicate and beautiful, but at that moment she was slightly pale. He could vaguely see the tears at the corners of her eyes. Whoosh! The wind blew from afar, sweeping up the black hair on Lin Tian's forehead and the corner of the figure's clothes opposite him. Lin Tian did not speak. He only stared at the man opposite him and the young girl in his arms. Baiziki. Bai Chio. Baiziki's body was covered in wounds. There were even a few transparent, bloody holes on his body. His clothes were already dyed red with blood. Even Bai Chio's clothes were soaked by his blood. He had broken out of the Bai clan with Bai Chio. He had single-handedly defeated the powerful cultivators of the Li and Bai clans. After walking all the way here, he finally found Lin Tian. He stared at Lin Tian. There was coldness and anger in his eyes. It was as if he wanted to grab Lin Tian and beat him up at any moment. He even wanted to cut him a few times. Lin Tian glanced at Baiziki, who was in his arms. Finally, his gaze fell on Baiziki. For a moment, the two men looked at each other in silence. Only the wind and waves rolled in from afar. After some time, Baiziki moved. He took a step toward Lin Tian. "I'll leave my sister to you. Don't let her suffer or make her unhappy. Otherwise, I won't let you go even if I become a ghost." He handed Bai Chio to Lin Tian. He took one last deep look at Lin Tianyi before he turned and walked away. Even though his body was covered in blood, his body was still straight and upright. "Are you going back to the Bai clan now?" Lin Tian asked. Baiziki brought Bai Chio here and appeared in front of him. No matter how stupid he was, he knew what had happened. Now that Baiziki was covered in wounds, the Bai and Li clans were probably after him. If he went back now, he would definitely be severely punished. "That's my home." Baiziki had his back to Lin Tian. His steps were firm. Lin Tian opened his mouth. He wanted to say something, but in the end he did not speak. He watched as Baiziki disappeared into the distance. Baiziki said, "That's my home." What else could he say? He lowered his head and looked at the person in his arms. Her beautiful face was pale and bloodless. The tears on her face were so clear. Even though she was unconscious, there were still tears dripping down her face. He also felt bad. He sighed and retreated with Bai Chio in his arms. They left the grassland and appeared in a small forest dozens of miles away. The forest was very ordinary. Sunlight shone through the gaps in the leaves, casting streaks of light on the ground. It was very cool here. "Brother, brother, brother, brother," Bai Chio mumbled in her sleep from time to time. Lin Tian brought her to sit under an old tree. He held her small hand with his right hand and slowly channeled his true essence into it. After more than an hour, Bai Chio finally woke up. "Brother." She seemed to have had a nightmare and cried out in alarm. Lin Tian raised his hand and held her down. "Lin Tian." When she woke up and saw the familiar face, Bai Chio was a little stunned. However, in the next moment, she became anxious and grabbed Lin Tian tightly. "Where's my brother? Where's my brother? How is he? How is he?" She grabbed Lin Tian and was very anxious. Tears kept falling from her beautiful big eyes. Baiziki took her out of the Bai family and fought their way out. They were heavily injured again and again. When she was awake, she saw Baiziki vomiting blood. In the end, in order to not worry her, Baiziki directly knocked her out. Now that she woke up, how could she not be worried? Her heart was burning with anxiety. "Your brother is fine," Lin Tian said softly. "Then where is my brother? Where did he go?" "He went back to the Bai family." Lin Tian on Dao. "He went home. He went home. He went home." Bai Chio mumbled repeatedly. Lin Tian sighed and gently pulled her up. "Let's go out and change first." Bai Chio was covered in blood. Of course, it was all Baiziki's blood. He didn't have any women's clothes on him at the moment, so he could only go out and find a set. Holding the dazed Bai Chio, he soon appeared in a small town and helped Bai Chio choose a white dress. After changing into the new clothes, Bai Chio seemed to be more energetic, but her face was still pale and dazed. "That's Lin Tian and the princess of the Bai family." The princess of the Bai family and the Li family's son Physique were married. Then the Bai family's thunder god Physique suddenly took his sister and fought their way out of the Bai family. Did he hand his sister over to Lin Tian? What's going on? Many people were shocked. Lin Tian tilted his head and glanced at some of the people who were discussing with a cold gaze. Suddenly, the cultivators who spoke before all staggered back as if they were struck by lightning. Their faces were full of fear. Then the others around them all retreated. No one dared to speak, and they didn't even dare to look in Lin Tian's direction. Lin Tian pulled Bai Qiu and left the small town soon after. In the blink of an eye, the sky darkened and stars flashed, dotting the sky. Bai Qiu, return to the family in half a month. Otherwise, your brother will take your place and enter the supreme divine region to challenge the death trap set by the ancestors. He will never come out until he reaches the great Tao realm. A voice came from the Bai family, and in the blink of an eye, it spread to every corner of the second heaven. Chapter 439. The voice that came from the Bai family was low and cold. It spread in all directions within a few minutes, and all the cultivators could hear it. Everyone, please search for the most complete version of this novel. A novel. Of course, Lin Tian and Bai Qiu were the same. Bai Qiu was in a daze. After hearing this news, tears fell from her eyes. I want to go back, I want to go back, she muttered, broke free from Lin Tian and ran toward the Bai family. Lin Tian frowned and pulled her back. Let go of me. Bai Qiu shouted and said with a sobbing tone, Do you know what the divine territory is? It's a training ground that the ancestor of the Bai family set up in his later years by burning his essence. Once one passes it, one's cultivation level and combat power will change drastically. However, since ancient times, no one in the family has been able to pass it. Several people who were at the peak of the immortal ascension realm have also died there. I can't let my brother go in. Bai Qiu was very sad because the divine territory was too dangerous. No one in the family who entered had ever walked out alive. Bai Ziki was extremely talented. He had the Thunder God constitution, but he was still in the airborne realm. It was almost impossible for him to survive in the divine territory. Even if he could pass it safely, it would take him a long time to reach the great Tao realm. It would take at least a few decades. It was too cruel to not be able to come out for a few decades. How could she let her brother suffer for her? Lin Tian was silent. He looked at Bai Qiu and shook his head. I also have a sister. For my sister, I'm willing to endure any kind of hardship, he said. Bai Qiu was stunned. This was the first time she knew that Lin Tian had a sister. However, she shook her head and sniffed. She choked and said, I want to go back. Lin Tian grabbed her hand and did not let go. Let go of me. Bai Qiu struggled. Lin Tian shook his head and refused to let go. Your brother risked his life to bring you out. I won't let you go back. Bai Qiu shed tears and gritted her teeth. With a boom, a full moon rushed out from behind her. With the appearance of the full moon, a dark starry sky appeared behind Bai Qiu. For a moment, the power of Yin surged like the Milky Way, pure and sacred. Lin Tian looked up, his eyes dazed. Is this your king's territory, starry sky, bright moon? Very good, very strong. He held Bai Qiu's hand and remained unaffected by the bright moon and starry sky. However, you forgot that the king's territory is ineffective against me. Bai Qiu gritted his teeth. After a moment of shock, his tears fell even harder. I beg you, please let me go. Let me go back. If I go to the supreme divine territory, my brother will die. Even if he doesn't die, how much time would he have to spend to reach the great Tao realm? He can't stay in the supreme divine region alone for decades. She had a pleading expression on her face. Lin Tian was silent. He didn't feel good seeing this girl so sad. I will bring your brother out, he said. What did you say? Bang. Lin Tian struck at the back of Bai Qiu's neck with a karate chop, causing her to faint in an instant. He tilted his head and looked in the direction of the Bai family. His eyes were cold as he carried Bai Qiu and walked in another direction. Not long after, he walked into a green mountain and appeared outside a small courtyard. The courtyard was very simple. There was a thatched cottage, a table and a chair. A black-clothed youth was standing in the center of the courtyard. The black-clothed youth was naturally Yang Qi. Seeing Lin Tian carrying Bai Qiu here, Yang Qi wasn't surprised. He got up and opened the courtyard door. Although he lived in seclusion here, he knew very well what happened in the second heaven. Help me take care of her. Lin Tian Dao. Yang Qi stared at Lin Tian. What do you want to do? Bai Ziki has been imprisoned by his family. In half a month, he will enter the supreme divine territory. I will go and bring him out. Lin Tian Dao. There was no expression on his face, only a cold, intent lingering around his body. Yang Qi was silent as he looked at Lin Tian Dao. The Bai family has a great Dao realm expert holding down the fort. There are at least 5 peak immortal ascension realm experts. I know. Lin Tian nodded. Yang Qi was still dressed in black. He turned around and pushed open the door of the thatched cottage. Put her inside, then follow me. Lin Tian was puzzled, but he didn't say anything. He carefully placed Bai Qiu inside the thatched cottage and came to Yang Qi's side. Yang Qi didn't say anything. He turned and walked into the depths of the Green Mountain. Before long, the two of them arrived at a withered forest. Yang Qi led the way, and before long, they reached a precipitous stone wall. He asked Lin Tian to wait outside, and spent a quarter of an hour pushing open the messy stone walls, opening a stone door, and entering the stone wall. Then, another quarter of an hour passed, and he walked out again. This is the family tomb, Yang Qi said. He opened his right hand, and a round divine saber appeared. The blade was only 3 inches long, and it glowed with sparkling light. It radiated a domineering aura that caused the void in the area to tremble. Lin Tian immediately revealed a shocked expression when he saw the power contained within. It's a high-grade, flawless Dao weapon, the Yang family's most powerful reserve power. Yang Qi's words were simple. After the Yang family was destroyed, he had only taken this saber with him. He didn't want to rely on it to roam the world, as it would hinder his own growth. Now that Lin Tian was going to attack the Bai family, he took out the saber and handed it to Lin Tian. Before that, I want to tell you that the Bai family has a similar Dao weapon. Most importantly, they have a Dao weapon of the great Dao realm. You, on the other hand, are only in the 3rd stratum of the Imperial Void realm. Lin Tian's eyes flashed as he looked at the saber in Yang Qi's hand. Aren't you afraid that if I die in the Bai family will take your saber? He asked. Yang Qi's expression was cold, and his words were stiff. You'll be able to walk out alive. Lin Tian grinned, took the saber, and carefully put it away. Thank you for your kind words. He didn't say any words of gratitude. Sometimes it was easy to form friendships between men. He tilted his head and looked in the direction of the thatched cottage, his eyes filled with tenderness. Take care of her for me, he said to Yang Qi. Yang Qi didn't say anything. He just nodded. Lin Tian turned and walked off, not looking back. A strong wind kicked up in the second heaven, causing the old trees to sway back and forth. After leaving Yang Qi's residence, Lin Tian found a secluded spot in a nearby forest and sat down cross-legged. He circulated the 4 extremity scriptures, causing his quintessence, energy, and soul to reach the perfect level. Then he took out a Baodan pill from his stone ring. It was a true concoction pill, which he had extorted from an overlord of the sea. It was a precious medicine for tempering one's true energy. Sitting down cross-legged, he popped the pill into his mouth, chewed, and swallowed it. Instantly, a warm current flowed through his body. Whiz! The surface of his body produced waves of halos. Specks of silver light danced like flames. After the true concoction pill entered his body, the medicinal power quickly melted into his 8 extraordinary meridians and true energy. Then Lin Tian circulated the 4 extremity scriptures even faster, relying on the medicinal power of the true concoction pill to rapidly temper his true energy. As he continued to refine himself, the silver light on the surface of his body grew stronger and stronger. The airborne realm focused on tempering one's true energy. It was a process where one's true energy underwent quantitative changes over and over again, and finally reached the immortal ascension realm. Once one reached the immortal ascension realm, true energy would no longer be present. It would turn into a new power, divine power. With divine power, one could be considered to have truly stepped into the sacred temple of immortal cultivation. It was the true starting point of immortal cultivation. Lin Tian sat cross-legged and circulated the four extremities scriptures over and over again, tempering his true energy. It was an extremely boring process. Under normal circumstances, it would take him at least 2 months to go from the third firmament to the fourth firmament of the airborne realm. But now, with the help of the true concoction pill, the speed of tempering his true energy was countless times faster. In just one day, a majestic force rushed out of his body and spread out in all directions. He had broken through to the fourth firmament of the airborne realm. Lin Tian stood up. A glint flashed in his eyes, and he gently clenched his fists. After reaching the fourth celestial layer of the imperial sky realm, his physical strength didn't change much, but the true essence in his body was much thicker and purer. Even his divine sense had been strengthened a lot, and his combat strength had obviously improved. He did not consolidate his cultivation. With a thought, he took out a dark cyan cauldron. This cauldron was obtained by him when the master apothecary was in seclusion before he achieved enlightenment. Although it did not have offensive power, it was very sturdy. It was an absolute treasure for refining medicine. Now he was already a 5th-level apothecary and could refine a new Baodan. At this time, he took out the dark cyan cauldron and prepared to refine a few cauldrons of rising adversity pills. The rising adversity pill was a 5th-level Baodan. It could permanently destroy the true energy of a cultivator below the immortal ascension realm. If the antidote was not found within 7 days, it would be wasted. Even if a Nirvana realm powerhouse appeared, the outcome would not change. This Baodan was similar to the energy sealing pill. After it was shattered with the true energy, it was invisible, colorless, and tasteless. Ordinary people would not be able to detect it. It could be said that it was an enhancement of the energy sealing pill's effect. This was because the energy sealing pill's effect was ordinary, and it could only seal the true energy temporarily. However, the rising adversity pill could permanently destroy the true energy. It could be said that it was a type of poison pill. Phew! Lin Tian exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. With a wave of his hand, he took out a large amount of alchemy materials. Previously, when he was in the master apothecary seclusion place and in the Sea King's palace in the sea area, he had obtained many medicinal materials. These medicinal materials were complex and extraordinary. It was enough for him to refine many rising adversity pills. He stood beside the dark cyan cauldron and took out the 4th-level elixir fire. Soon after, he slowly placed the medicinal materials for refining the rising adversity pill into the cauldron. The rising adversity pill was a 5th-level pill, and it was very troublesome to refine. It required the apothecary to carefully control the temperature of the elixir fire at each time. Although Lin Tian had just become a 5th-level apothecary, his consciousness was very strong. Coupled with the 4th-level elixir fire that he controlled, it was relatively easy for him to refine the 5th-level Baodan. Soon, 3 days passed. In 3 days, he had refined a total of 9 cauldrons of rising adversity pills. A total of 90 pills were enough to completely destroy the true energy of thousands of airborne realm cultivators. Chapter 440. Up until now, Lin Tian had cultivated martial arts, array, and alchemy. On the path of array Dao, he had reached the level of a rank 6 array manipulator. He could be considered to have reached the next level. When he was in the first heaven, the divine sword entered his body and produced endless Dao patterns in his mind. Among them, the array patterns were vast and indescribable. It could be said to be the combination of all the arrays in the world. After becoming a rank 6 array manipulator, He searched carefully and found an ultimate killing array, the eternal killing array. This killing array was created by the Array Emperor, one of the 9 heavenly sovereigns. It was the culmination of his lifetime's array Tao. After becoming a rank 6 array manipulator, although he was far from being able to engrave such an ultimate killing array, he should be able to comprehend it and engrave a corner. It should not be a big problem. Such an ultimate killing array, even if it was just a corner, had the power to destroy all things. It would be of great use to him when he broke into the bifamily. He closed his eyes. In his sea of consciousness, strands of array patterns appeared. Buzz! The array patterns flashed with strange light. The outline was incomparably complex and mysterious. It was as vast as the starry sky and difficult to see clearly. Lin Tian sat cross-legged on the ground with his eyes closed. His consciousness condensed into a figure that looked exactly like him in his sea of consciousness. It stared straight at the eternal killing array pattern that appeared in his sea of consciousness. This array pattern was the complete eternal killing array. However, Lin Tian knew that with his current level, he could not fully comprehend it. He could only stare at a corner. It's named eternal. It means immortality. It can cut through everything. He said in a dreamy voice. He comprehended the eternal killing array in his sea of consciousness. As time passed, a day passed in the blink of an eye. After a day, he barely comprehended half of it. Suddenly, the aura outside his body changed. A fierce killing intent involuntarily burst out from his body and instantly filled every corner of the space. Not far away, there were a few ancient trees. As the aura overflowed, the ancient trees were torn apart in an instant. Even further away, the birds in the forest began to palpitate. They were all trembling as they flew into the distance. Lin Tian closed his eyes. He sensed this, but he wasn't surprised. He continued to quietly comprehend the runes of the eternal killing array. On the path of an array controlling master, only by comprehending the runes would one be able to inscribe them. Therefore, in the following days, Lin Tian sat cross-legged on the ground, earnestly comprehending the eternal killing array diagram. In the blink of an eye, another 3 days passed. Boom! On this day, an even more terrifying murderous intent rushed out from Lin Tian's body. Strands of murderous intent spread out, and with a bang, it shattered dozens of large rocks in front of him, turning them into ashes in an instant. Outside his body, strands of inscriptions flickered faintly. They were surrounded by earth-shattering, killing intent, causing the space to distort. In this old forest, a few powerful demonic beasts were also alarmed. They stared in this direction, all of them terrified and uneasy, trembling. Among these demonic beasts, there were powerful level 9 existences. However, at this time they were also shrouded in fear. With a roar, they quickly fled into the distance, splashing a large amount of gray dust in the old forest. As time passed, this aura did not decrease. Instead, it became stronger and stronger. In the blink of an eye, another 2 days passed. Boom! 2 days later, the murderous intent outside Lin Tian's body was even more shocking. Even the sky changed color. At this time, the aura outside his body was peerlessly sharp and extremely terrifying. With him as the center, sand and pebbles flew in all directions within 100 feet radius. The ground below him was cracking, and endless debris flew into the sky. There were shocking killing light pillars descending from the sky, filling all directions. Eternal killing array, cut off all eternity. Lin Tian whispered. As his words fell, an even more terrifying, murderous intent spread out. In all directions, rays of killing light slashed in all directions. Crack! 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 The space could not withstand such a terrifying, murderous intent. It cracked inch by inch, and a large area of spatial turbulence overflowed. This world changed rapidly. Dark clouds hung in the sky, lightning fell, and even the sky gradually turned blood red. All kinds of terrifying visions of heaven and earth appeared in the void. Then, from time to time, crisp cracking sounds could be heard. As he comprehended the eternal killing array, more and more runes flowed out from his fingers, causing the ground below him to crack inch by inch and sink inch by inch. Time passed and a few hours passed. The dense killing intent slowly disappeared. Whoosh! A gust of wind blew, rolling up traces of sand and dust. Lin Tian sat cross-legged on the ground without moving. However, the aura outside his body became more and more fierce. There was a boundless, domineering aura that could kill everything in the world. It made the area within 100 feet dead silent. Even the temperature in this space dropped a lot. In the blink of an eye, another 3 days passed. It had been 10 days since he walked into this place. On this day, Lin Tian opened his eyes. 2 rays of killing light flashed in his eyes, causing a large rock in the distance to emit a soft crack. A crack suddenly appeared in the middle of the rock, a corner of the killing array. That should be enough, he muttered to himself. With a thought, he took out a transparent crystal stone from the stone ring. This was the black water stone, which he had obtained in the dark gorge at the bottom of the sea. It could be used to carry the runes. An upper-grade, true treasure sword appeared in his hand. With a sharp sword aura, he cut the black water stone into dozens of square array platforms, each of which was close to 1 cubic meter. Then he waved a black water array platform. His right hand intertwined with soul power, carving a killing array on it. Whoa! Silver light intertwined with his fingers. It was pure soul power. He slowly drew on the black water array platform in front of him. As his fingers moved, strands of formation runes leaped out from the tip of his finger, followed by an earth-shattering, killing intent. Every time a formation rune leaped out from the tip of his finger, the surrounding space would tremble violently. Lin Tian focused his mind. Silver light flashed in his eyes. Bit by bit, the killing runes of the eternal killing array landed on the black water stone. This was a very difficult and troublesome process. Although it was only a corner of the eternal killing array, with his current cultivation, it would take him about 90% of his soul power to carve it out. On the other hand, it would take him 12 hours to carve out the entire horn killing array. Then he had to use the Heavenly One Soul spell to recover his soul power. Then he would start carving the second eternal killing array. His fingers moved, and waves of murderous intent spread out, causing the void to tremble uneasily. Soon, 12 hours had passed. The first eternal killing array platform was completed. Light mist lingered on it, emitting an extremely cold aura. It could make one's soul tremble uncontrollably. Lin Tian wiped the sweat off his forehead. He put the completed eternal killing array platform into the stone ring. Then he sat cross-legged on the ground and began to use the Heavenly One Soul spell. This was a cultivation manual for array controlling techniques. It was the foundation of array controlling masters. With Lin Tian's operation, his soul power gradually became stronger. After 8 hours, his soul power was completely recovered. Continue. In the next few days, he didn't sleep or rest. He finished carving the 5 eternal killing array platforms. "It's about time," he said in a low voice. He put away all the killing array platforms. He thought that the black water stone could carry the killing array and store it for future use. It was really extraordinary. One had to know that if he were to carve the eternal killing array on the spot, it would take too much time and energy. With his current cultivation, it was impossible to carve such an array in the middle of a battle. However, the existence of the black water stone had undoubtedly saved him from this problem. It could be said that it had done him a great favor. He closed his eyes and operated the 4 extreme scripture and the Heavenly One Soul spell at the same time. After another 6 hours, his true yuan and soul power had recovered to their peak level. "It's time to pay a visit to the Bai family," He stood up, and a ray of light flashed in his eyes. The next moment he disappeared, leaving behind only traces of dust. In the blink of an eye, 14 days had passed. On the last day, Bai Qiu, if you don't appear, your brother will enter the supreme divine domain. A voice rang out again. This time, the head of the Bai family personally shouted the words. The combination of the Great Yin and Great Yang was too important for the Bai family and the Li family. Although the head of the Bai family was the father of Bai Qiu and Bai Ziki, he had to be ruthless for the sake of the family's prosperity. Moreover, the head of the Bai family was not the only one who had the final say. There were several supreme elders at the peak of the connecting immortal realm and a great Tao realm ancestor behind him. In the blink of an eye, the voice once again spread throughout the second heaven. This, the supreme divine domain, seems to be a very terrifying place. Are the big shots of the Bai family really willing to let the thunder god physique go there? It should be just to force the princess of the Bai family to appear. Many people were discussing. Bai Ziki, the holy son of the Bai family, had the thunder god physique. He was extremely talented and his combat strength was terrifying. Many people knew very well that the Bai family would not be willing to let such a young supreme being take the risk. There was a great possibility that they were forcing the princess of the Bai family to appear. Of course, they could not completely rule out the possibility that the Bai family would really let Bai Ziki enter the supreme divine domain. After all, it was just going to a terrifying place to train, not sending Bai Ziki to his death. However, even so, many people's nerves were still affected. How important is the princess of the Bai family? Why can she make the Li family put on such a big show? And now, the big shots of the Bai family are so moved that they even use the holy son of the thunder god physique as a threat. This is too strange. Indeed, it's really unpredictable. Many people were puzzled. In the east of the second heaven, endless celestial mountains surrounded by divine light filled the air. There were countless rare beasts hovering in the sky, and even a 7-colored rainbow bridge could be seen. At the end of the endless celestial mountains, there was a vast palace. There were floating islands, flowing immortal rivers, and dense Tao patterns lingering in the air. This was the foothold of the Bai family, an ancient aristocratic family. In the past half a month, the second heaven was boiling with excitement. The patriarch of the Li family personally brought his invincible son physique to the Bai family to prepare for the engagement with the princess of the Bai family. The big shots of the Bai family also came out of seclusion and welcomed the Li family members happily. But in the end, the holy son of the Bai family actually took the princess of the Bai family and directly left the Bai family. In half a month, the princess of the Bai family disappeared. The half-month deadline is almost up. If the princess of the Bai family doesn't return, will the Bai family really push the thunder god physique into the supreme divine domain? Many cultivators gathered outside the Bai family. Many people stared at the inside of the Bai family, pointing and whispering. In the sky, the scorching sun hung high, and the air was scorching hot. At this moment, at the end of the distant horizon, a slender figure appeared, walking toward the Bai family step by step. That is Lin Tian. Why is he here? Chapter 441. The crowd was shocked as they stared at the approaching figure. They were all stunned and their eyes widened. That madman is here. He's heading towards the Bai family's gate. What's going on? Many cultivators were dumbfounded. Lin Tianyi was dressed in a long robe. His footsteps were calm as he walked forward. In front of him, the Bai family's gate was grand and solemn. There was a flow of Taoist connotation and an aura of vicissitudes. Looking up, he saw the deity island floating in the air and shining with treasure light. It was as if there was a ferocious beast lying inside. It was extremely terrifying. Looking at all of this, his footsteps did not stop as he walked forward step by step. Retreat! Someone shouted. Seeing Lin Tian walking over, many people felt a chill down their spines and quickly made way for him. Lin Tian did not care about their reactions. Soon, he arrived in front of the Bai family's gate. The Bai family's gate was made of immortal jade. It was 30 feet tall and about 10 feet wide. There were clansmen guarding the gate with battle spears in their hands. They were not weak and had strong blood chi. At this moment, seeing Lin Tian walking towards them, the expressions of the people guarding the gate changed. "Thief Lin, how dare you come here? How dare you? Take him down!" A few people rushed forward. For a moment, the light of true essence danced, and all kinds of divine abilities and martial techniques fell on Lin Tian. Although these people were only guarding the gate, they were all cultivators of the ancient aristocratic families. Their combat strength was far superior to others. Now, several divine abilities and secret techniques were displayed at the same time. The combined aura made the void tremble. This shocked many cultivators. They once again felt the terror of the ancient aristocratic families. Even the clansmen guarding the gate were so powerful. Boom! These people were all at the level of flight. At this time, several divine abilities pressed down together, and the light mist was oppressive, making many people's hearts tremble. Lin Tian's face was expressionless. His footsteps did not change as he walked forward slowly, allowing the light to drown him. "Humph, you're courting death. Is this the so-called Lin Kuangren? He can't even withstand a single blow." They sneered. However, in the next moment, several people's expressions changed. Lin Tian walked out from the light of the divine ability in front of them, completely unscathed. There wasn't even a speck of dust on him. There was a layer of light around his body, which completely blocked all the killing light outside his body. Impossible! They were all shocked. At the same time, a group of cultivators in the distance felt their hearts palpitate. Facing the attacks of several flying experts, he didn't make the slightest bit of counterattack, and actually directly walked past the killing lights of divine abilities and martial skills. What kind of powerful combat strength was this? How calm was he? Damn it! Use all your strength. Go! Several people outside the Bai clan shouted. Momentarily, several people moved again, brandishing their precious weapons to attack. However, in the next moment, several mysterious patterns suddenly appeared in the void. They transformed into silver chains and instantly bound the few of them, making it impossible for them to move at all. "You, what is this? Let us go!" Several people shouted loudly. Lin Tian didn't care about them. He walked forward step by step and soon arrived at the edge of the Bai clan's gate. He came to this place for Bai Ziki. He had also promised Bai Chiu that he wouldn't kill anyone from the Bai clan. Therefore, he showed mercy to these people and only used the confinement runes in the formation controlling technique to imprison them on the spot. He raised his head and looked into the Bai clan. He acutely sensed a majestic pressure in the sky. It was like a destructive lightning tribulation that could press down at any time and obliterate anyone below the great Tao realm. He stood on the spot. He had to admit that the ancient aristocratic families were indeed terrifying. This aura was more than 1,000 times stronger than the 10 great sections. Shaking his head, he didn't think too much and directly stepped into the Bai clan. He walked in. Oh my God, what is he doing? He actually walked into the Bai clan. Outside the Bai clan, all the cultivators widened their eyes. The Bai clan had been passed down since ancient times. Such an ancient clan had ancient runes everywhere, flawless Tao weapons, and even great Tao realm cultivators guarding the clan. It could be said to be a living forbidden land that was countless times more dangerous than a dragon's pool or a tiger's den. But now, in the face of such a terrifying inheritance, Lin Tian actually walked in without any hesitation. Is he crazy? Everyone was stunned. In the eyes of these people, Lin Tian's action was undoubtedly incomprehensible and made them feel that it was very stupid, because this was simply courting death. Lin Tian stepped into the Bai clan. As far as the eye could see, there were pavilions and blooming celestial plants. The air was filled with an extremely shocking celestial aura, as if there were tens of thousands of flawless spirit veins interweaving together under the ground. This kind of spiritual power was shocking. After walking in, Lin Tianji felt as if all the pores on his body were about to open up, wanting to absorb this kind of celestial spiritual light. Of course, at the same time, he also felt a sense of pressure. After walking into the Bai clan, he felt as if he was being stared at by a pair of invisible eyes, as if there was a huge rock weighing 10,000 kilograms on his shoulders. Boom! Clang! The ground shook, and the precious weapon screeched. In the blink of an eye, many members of the Bai clan rushed out. With the Bai clan's huge inheritance, there was naturally someone who knew that someone had broken in. At this moment, a group of Bai clan experts rushed out and surrounded Lin Tian in the blink of an eye. Each of them was emitting extremely powerful fluctuations. These people were all airborne realm experts. There were a total of 300 of them, and more than 30 of them were cultivators at the peak of the airborne realm. This was the strength of the ancient aristocratic families with countless experts. With such a formation, it was enough to scare many people. Even ordinary immortal realm experts would have a change of expression when seeing such a formation. These were hundreds of airborne realm experts. Just as the rumors say, he is truly audacious. Among the hundreds of people, a middle-aged man who was the leader had a gloomy expression, and his eyes were full of murderous intent. It's just as well. You delivered yourself to us, so we will kill you as a sacrifice to our dead clan members. Do it! Another person said. In an instant, hundreds of people moved together, using their magic and precious skills one after another. The oppressive void was rumbling, and the murderous intent was terrifying. Lin Tian's expression was indifferent. With a buzz, the barren heaven realm was propped up. Uft! 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 The Bai clan experts who rushed at the front were sent flying. Each of them spat out mouthfuls of blood and crashed into a strange rock not far away. Don't block my way, Lin Tiandao. Now that he had reached the fourth firmament of the airborne realm, his divine sense, physique, spiritual ether, and speed were all terrifying. Few people could compare to him. In addition, he cultivated both martial arts, formations, and alchemy, and had mastered many powerful techniques. His combat strength could be said to be extremely frightening under the immortal realm. Except for the few young supreme beings of the same generation, no one could compete with him. Even ordinary early-stage immortal realm cultivators were nothing in his eyes. Insolence! A cultivator at the peak of the airborne realm shouted and used the Bai clan's unparalleled divine palm. Kill! The others shouted coldly. They all used their divine abilities and secret techniques, suppressing Lin Tian with a sky full of divine light. Lin Tian was expressionless. With the barren heaven realm protecting his body, he took a step forward. With a simple step, a loud bang was heard. With him as the center, a violent wave of spiritual ether swept out like a hurricane, sending all the Bai clan experts flying dozens of feet away. He still didn't kill these people from the Bai clan. After sweeping them away, he continued to walk deeper into the Bai clan. Damn it! Everyone, come out and stop this bastard for me. Kill! Someone roared. The people from the Bai clan had ugly expressions. They were a dignified ancient family that had been passed down since ancient times, but now they were actually attacked by a small cultivator at the airborne realm. This was simply a great humiliation. Ever since the Bai clan's ancestor established the Bai clan, such a thing had never happened. Even a great virtue realm cultivator wouldn't dare to barge into the Bai clan like this. There were many cultivators outside the Bai clan. At this time, these people couldn't see the scene inside the Bai clan, but they heard the angry roars of the Bai clan members. For a moment, their hearts palpitated again. Lin Tian, who was at the airborne realm, entering the ancient family alone was like entering a tiger's den. Many people shook their heads, but at this moment, they actually heard the angry roars of the Bai clan members. This The people of the Bai clan have been defeated. Oh my God. Many people were stunned. Boom. In the Bai clan, true ether treasure lights crisscrossed, one after another, and energy fluctuations swept in all directions. Many people of the Bai clan rushed out, all of them roaring and attacking Lin Tian. These people weren't weak. Because they knew that Lin Tian was very strong, those who rushed over were all cultivators at the airborne realm. However, the result was shocking. Along the long corridor, Lin Tian's footsteps were not obstructed at all. His movements were simple, and he swept away those who blocked his way one by one. Inform the elders. Someone shouted. This was a cultivator at the pinnacle of the airborne realm. His strength was very strong, but at this moment he felt waves of fear and palpitations. This was because this handsome man in front of him was too strong. Hundreds of airborne realm cultivators surrounded him, but they couldn't even stop him. One by one they were swept away. All of them struggled in pain, and it was difficult for them to stand up again. Lin Tian crossed the corridor. The spirit qi in front of him was denser, and he walked deeper in step by step. Thief! The people of the Bai clan roared and attacked together. Unfortunately, it was useless. Bang! 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 In the blink of an eye, dozens of people were sent flying and fell more than 30 meters away. Young man, you are too bold. A cold voice was heard from the front. Majestic divine power surged, and a middle-aged man in a purple robe walked over. There were many people next to him, and none of them were weak. Lin Tian's unscrupulous intrusion into the Bai clan had caused too much of a commotion. At this moment, the Bai clan leader and many of the important figures of the Bai clan walked out with a cold look in their eyes. At the same time, there were many other people next to the Bai clan leader and the others. There were cultivators from the ancient Li clan, as well as elders from the Taishan sacred ground and the Wantong sacred ground. Not long ago, when Baiqiu returned to the clan, the cultivators from the two sacred grounds personally came to visit because their saints were suppressed by Baiqiu's high-grade celestial artifact. In response, the Bai clan naturally received the cultivators from the two sacred grounds warmly. At the same time, they directly took away Baiqiu's celestial artifact and released the saints from the two sacred grounds. After that, the important figures of the Bai clan felt that they were in the wrong. Coincidentally, the Li clan leader came to the clan with the sun physique and was about to be engaged to the princess of the Bai clan. With such a joyous occasion, the important figures of the Bai clan naturally invited the people from the two sacred grounds to stay as guests. P.S. Thank you to Wu Dao Lingyan for the 10,000 traversing coins reward. Thank you to M.O. Ran E. Qingqing for the 3,000 traversing coins reward. Thank you, two brothers, for your hospitality. M. Chapter 442. With the head of the Bai family as the leader, the big shots stood out one by one. All of them were powerful existences in the immortal realm. Read a book? 1. K. A. N. S. Book H. U. CC. These people's expressions were very cold, especially those of the Bai family. Their expressions were somewhat ugly. A great force that had been passed down since ancient times had actually allowed a small cultivator in the airborne realm to fight his way here. No one could stop him. Head of the family, elders. All the cultivators of the Bai family bowed in unison. A group of people surrounded Lin Tian from behind. They didn't make any more moves and carefully guarded the surroundings. The big shots of the Bai family didn't say anything. Their gazes fell on Lin Tian. Young man, do you really think you're invincible after killing so many of our clansmen and barging into the family? The head of the Bai family said in a deep voice. The head of the Bai family didn't know about the order to hunt down Lin Tian. Even so, it was a fact that Lin Tian had killed many of the Bai family's clansmen. Facing Lin Tian, this middle-aged man naturally didn't have a good expression. His eyes were very cold. Lin Tian raised his head and looked at the purple-robed, middle-aged man. Head of the Bai family? It's me. The head of the Bai family's voice was low, But he also frowned because Lin Tian was too calm and composed, which made him a little surprised. One had to know that this was the interior of the Bai family, and he was the head of the Bai family. In this heaven, ordinary people would fear and respect him when they saw him. But now, an airborne realm cultivator was looking directly at him without any fear. This kind of boldness was too shocking. The corners of Lin Tian's mouth curled up slightly, forcing a 16-year-old girl to marry someone she doesn't like, making her sad and crying, making her haggard and distant. Now, in order to force her to return to the family, I heard that you want to let the sacred son of your family enter the godless, desolate domain to train. If he doesn't reach the Great Path realm, he won't be able to come out. It's really a little cruel. Staring at the head of the Bai family, there was a hint of sarcasm in his expression. Speaking of which, since ancient times, is it because you're so cruel to your own family that you've been able to maintain your prosperity? That's why you can rule the second heaven. When the head of the Bai clan heard this, his face immediately darkened, and his expression became somewhat ashen. My Bai family's matters are not for a nobody like you to comment on. I wasn't able to kill you in the past, but today you won't be able to survive. Want reading books? 1K. A cold voice sounded, and an elder stepped out. It was Bai Hongya from the Bai clan's branch family. Back then, the Bai clan's 3 people had ordered to kill Lin Tian, and this person was one of them. Bai Hongya's eyes were filled with a sinister killing light as he stared at Lin Tian. However, it seems like Chiu is in your hands. Tell me, where did you hide her? Chiu. Lin Tian tilted her head, and an icy aura spread out. Are you worthy of being called that? Boom! A powerful force rushed out of his body and knocked Bai Hongya back by 3 steps with a bang. Bai Hongya stopped in his tracks, and his face instantly twisted. You're courting death. He was a powerful cultivator at the immortal realm, and now he was actually knocked back by an airborne realm cultivator in his own clan. This was a great humiliation. Lin Tian's eyes were cold, and they were filled with killing intent. Bai Hongya suddenly trembled. He stared at Lin Tian's eyes and couldn't help but take a step back. This kind of killing intent was too terrifying. I promised her that I wouldn't kill anyone from the Bai clan. Otherwise, do you think you'd still be standing and talking to me? Lin Tianling said. Back then, the 3 big shots of the Bai clan had ordered him to be killed, forcing him out of the Wuji Gate and causing him to be besieged by the world. This Bai Hongya was one of the main culprits. He had already killed the other 2, Bai Taining and Bai Qingying, and only Bai Hongya was left. He originally wanted to kill this person, but in the end he let it go for Bai Chiu's sake. Arrogant. Do you think you can kill me? Bai Hongya said coldly, thinking about how he had actually taken a step back because of fear. Bai Hongya's face darkened as he directly approached Lin Tian. At this moment, the head of the Bai clan took a step forward and reached out to stop Bai Hongya. Young man, I already know what happened before. In the beginning, it was indeed the Bai clan's fault. However, you killed so many people of the Bai clan, so you didn't lose out. Read? 1K. The head of the Bai clan stared at Lin Tian and continued. You broke in and didn't kill a single person, so I don't blame you. Where did you hide my daughter? Hand her over, and after this, I won't do anything to you. At the same time, I'll also restrain the Bai clan's disciples, and we'll call it quits. Head of the Bai clan, we can't let him go. Bai Hongya shouted. At the same time, other members of the Bai clan also spoke up, doubting the words of the head of the Bai clan. Lin Tian had caused the Bai clan to suffer great losses, not only in terms of combat strength, but also in terms of face. Now that Lin Tian had infiltrated the Bai clan, and with Bai Hongya as the leader, several elders of the Bai clan's branch families were adamant that Lin Tian must be killed. The elders of the Taixien Sacred Ground and the All-End Sacred Ground frowned in surprise. The members of the Li clan all had cold expressions as they stared at Lin Tian, their eyes brimming with killing intent. However, because this was the Bai clan, these people still had to give the head of the Bai clan some face. and did not refute, like the other members of the Bai clan. Patriarch, we can't let him go. If we let him go, where will our Bai clan's face go? In the future, who will respect us? He must be killed. Many of the Bai clan's branch families said. The head of the Bai clan did not respond to these people, only staring at Lin Tian. Where did you hide my daughter? The Bai clan patriarch was clad in a purple robe, exuding a powerful pressure. The Bai clan patriarch naturally knew about the matters between his daughter and Lin Tian, so he did not want to make things too difficult for Lin Tian, as that would only make his daughter feel worse. From Lin Tian's words just now, he and the other big shots were sure that after Bai Ziki took Bai Chiu away, he had handed her over to Lin Tian. Now, he only hoped to find his daughter. Lin Tian was a little surprised, looking at the Bai clan patriarch. Your daughter? Yes, the Bai clan patriarch replied. The smile on Lin Tian's face grew wider, but anyone could see the mockery in his smile, so he did not try to conceal it. You're really a good father, forcing your own daughter to marry someone you don't like, and even pushing your eldest son into the godless extinction domain where no one can survive. What kind of evaluation should I give you? For the sake of the family's prosperity, you put righteousness before family? Staring at the Bai clan patriarch, he said, Pardon me for asking, but I don't know if the sibling's mother is still alive. If she is, did she slap you twice in the face? Lin Tian, you're too presumptuous. How dare you talk to our patriarch like that? You're courting death. How dare you? All around, the Bai clan members shouted angrily. The Bai clan is a great force that has existed since ancient times, overlooking the second heaven for more than 10,000 years. As the master of this branch, the Bai clan patriarch status is extremely high. Even the leaders of the other sacred lands and clans would have to be polite when they saw him. But now a little cultivator with no status in the Zephyr Plain actually dared to speak to the leader of the Bai clan in such a way. His words were full of sarcasm, and he directly offended him. This made many people in the Bai clan want to kill him. At this moment, even some of the big shots of the Bai clan had a gloomy face. This young man in front of them is too arrogant. The Bai clan patriarch's face sank, and he clenched his fists tightly. As the princess of the Bai clan, she is obligated to contribute to the prosperity of the Bai clan, he said in a deep voice. Lin Tianling snorted. What a joke! What does a clan exist for? To protect the future generations. Throughout the vast history of the primordial age, ancient times, the ancestors have only shed blood and buried bones to pave the way for the future generations. Who has ever heard of the descendants being sad and shed tears in exchange for the prosperity of the clan? You're using the life of your own daughter in exchange for such prosperity? Aren't you afraid that the ancestors of the Bai clan will jump out of their coffins and slap you to death? His words were cold, sonorous, and powerful. It was as if a holy sword was hissing, extremely harsh to the ears. For a moment, everyone in this place was stunned. They never thought that a 17-year-old boy with the cultivation of the airborne realm could say such words. Gradually, some people finally came back to their senses. Nonsense. The Bai family gave birth to her and raised her for 16 years. They gave her a life of luxury and a supreme status. They gave her everything. Now, why can't she contribute a little bit to the prosperity of the family? Bai Hongye stood up and said, Moreover, the person she's going to marry has the solar body. With the invincible solar body as her husband, she has never been wronged. Lin Tianling tilted his head. A sword of light appeared in his right hand, and he slashed at Bai Hongye. The sword of light was the Nine Springs sword, which was derived from the divine art of divination. It rang loudly, and a terrifying aura spread. Bai Hongye's expression changed, and he quickly dodged. Unfortunately, it was still too late. With a puff, an arm was sent flying, bringing with it a large amount of blood. I promised her that I wouldn't kill anyone in the Bai clan, but he stared at Bai Hongye, and a trace of hostility appeared in his eyes. His murderous intent was frighteningly strong. I still can't forgive you. No matter what, you have to die. A cold aura was intertwined on his body, and the cold light spread in all directions. He thought of Baichio's sad appearance, and then recalled the mischievous and lively time when they met. The strong contrast made him very irritated. At this moment, Bai Hongye's words undoubtedly made him angry. In the second heaven, Baichio was his best friend. That girl was sometimes capricious and naughty, but he knew that it was not because of her princess-like temper, but because she was oppressed too much by the old antiques of the family. So a little rebellious was born. Even so, the girl was always very pure and very good to him. She left the family, walked through here and broke through there because she knew that soon her life would no longer belong to her. She just wanted to leave some memories before that was all. Thinking of this, and staring at the big shots of the Bai clan who forced Baichio to tears, the anger in his heart couldn't help but rush to the top of his head. Old fart! He took a step forward, and the 9-spring sword in his hand slashed at Bai Hongye's neck again. Impudent! How dare you wave a butcher's knife in my Bai clan? Courting death! The big shots of the Bai clan were furious. Chapter 443. In the distance, some ordinary cultivators of the Bai family stared at Lin Tian. They all gasped, and some even couldn't help but tremble. At this moment, Lin Tian was too terrifying. That aura made everyone tremble, because if Lin Tian fought with them in such a state, who would be able to survive? You're courting death! A big shot of the Bai family shouted and reached out to grab Lin Tian at the same time. These were 3 elders of the collateral branch. They were all at the first level of the Ascension Realm and were very powerful. Get lost! Lin Tianling said. With a boom, the place where Heavenly Lord Daorin comprehended the Tao rushed out from behind him and sent the 3 elders flying at the same time. The 9-spring sword hummed, and with a crisp sound, it cut through the void. Such a sword was a little terrifying. Even the Ascension Realm elites were shocked, and Bai Hongye's expression changed drastically. At this moment, the Bai family master stepped out and slapped the 9-spring sword away. Enough! Where is my daughter? The Bai family master stared at Lin Tiandao. To be able to sit on the seat of the family master of an ancient family, the Bai family master was undoubtedly very powerful. His cultivation was at the 6th level of the Ascension Realm. Although Lin Tian was very powerful and monstrous, it was undoubtedly impossible for him to fight against a 6th level of the Ascension Realm elite with his cultivation at the 4th level of the Ascension Realm. The gap was too big. Lin Tian took a step back. The 9-springs sword shone brightly. He looked at the Bai family master without fear. Let Baiziki out, he said. The Bai family master's face was livid. What does it have to do with you whether I let my eldest son go or not? Don't go too far. Lin Tianling smiled and tilted his head to look into the depths of the Bai family. It's okay. I'm only here today to stop you from sending that pig head into the Supreme Divine Region. I know where the Supreme Divine Region is. He took a step forward, not caring about the dozen powerhouses in front of him. However, if I destroy your Bai clan's ancestral tomb, don't blame me. After knocking Baiziki unconscious, Yang Kai had searched his spiritual sea and found out that the Bai family's divine domain was located in the Bai family's ancestral tomb. Since the Bai family wanted to send Baiziki into the divine domain, Yang Kai would directly fight his way out of the divine domain. At that time, the battlefield would move with him. If he destroyed the Bai family's ancestral grave, he would not bear any responsibility. Insolent thief! The eyes of the important figures of the Bai family were cold. The head of the Bai clan sighed. Because of Baichio, he didn't want to make things difficult for Lin Tian. But now that things had come to this, even if he didn't want to make things difficult for Lin Tian, even if he wanted to let Lin Tian go, the other members of the Bai clan wouldn't agree. Moreover, Lin Tian wouldn't listen to him and leave the Bai clan. Everything was already out of his control. Take him down! Someone shouted. With a rumble, several powerful auras rushed out. The few Bai clan experts all stepped forward and were about to attack. Wait. At this time a voice sounded. The head of the Li family stepped forward and glanced at Lin Tian indifferently. He nodded at the head of the Bai clan and nodded at the Bai clan experts who were about to attack. He said, "This matter involves Miss Chiu, so it's also a matter of the Li family. The Li family is the leader. So at this time, let the Li family take action. We will definitely suppress this evil thief. The head of the Li family, and the others are important guests. How can we let you take action?" "No, definitely not," an elder of the Bai clan said. "It's fine. Our two clans will soon be in-laws, and Miss Chiu will soon become a member of the Li family. Naturally, the Li family will take action," the head of the Li family said. The elder of the Bai clan nodded in the end and said with a smile, "Then we will have to trouble the head of the Li family and the rest of the Li family." "Of course," the head of the Li family said with a smile. He looked at the head of the Bai clan and asked, "In-law, what do you think?" The head of the Bai clan didn't say anything. He stared at Lin Tian and nodded. "That's good." The head of the Li family smiled and glanced at Lin Tian indifferently. Then someone walked out from behind him. It was a middle-aged man. He was an elder of the Li family, and his name was Li Yuanda. He walked over with a murderous aura and stared coldly at Lin Tian. "Lin Tian, do you still remember what you did before? Eating, drinking, and going to the toilet. I have many things to do every day." "What are you talking about?" Lin Tian replied. Li Yuanda's face turned cold. "In Flowing Moon City, my nephew died tragically at your hands." "Is that so? You don't have to thank me." Lin Tiandao. A while ago, when he came out of the master apothecary's seclusion, several outstanding figures of the younger generation of the major forces gathered together and set up the immortal shocking formation, preparing to suppress and kill Lin Tian. Among them, there were people from the Li family, and a few of them died at his hands. It turned out that Li Yuanda's nephew was among them. "Thief!" Li Yuanda shouted angrily and rushed forward. With a boom, a divine halberd of light rushed out from behind Li Yuanda. It was the Li family's great ability, the sky-piercing halberd. Lin Tianling snorted and didn't have any other tricks. He directly threw a punch forward. Li Guhuang, who had the sun physique, had used this kind of technique before, and it was much more powerful than Li Yuanda's. Now his cultivation had increased by 3 small levels compared to when he faced the sun physique, and his combat strength had increased greatly. Why would he care about this halberd? "You dare to take it with your fist? How arrogant!" Li Yuanda said coldly. This was the Li family's great ability, and it could penetrate everything. "One punch is enough to deal with you." Lin Tianling's expression was very cold. He punched out with his silver fist, causing the space to rumble. With a crack, he shattered the sky-piercing halberd. "Impossible." Everyone's expression changed. With just a pair of fists, he was able to shatter the grand divine skill of the Li clan's immortal reaching realm expert. Such a physical body was truly terrifying. It was much stronger than an ordinary immortal reaching realm expert, causing many great figures to be shocked. With a swoosh, the void rumbled. Lin Tianling stepped on the yin and yang row and instantly arrived in front of Li Yuanda. Li Yuanda's expression changed. He was shocked by Lin Tianling's speed and quickly retreated. "You can't avoid it." Lin Tianling's eyes were cold. He waved his iron fist, and there were faint arcs of lightning flashing at the tip of his fist. With one punch, he shattered the void. "You!" Li Yuanda's heart palpitated. He took out a superior-grade supreme treasure and blocked it. However, it was useless. Lin Tianling's fist was too terrifying. It crushed and smashed everything. Crack! With a crisp sound, the upper-grade true treasure that Li Yuanda had summoned was directly smashed into pieces. After shattering the supreme treasure, Lin Tianling's footsteps became faster. He took a step forward and punched again. Li Yuanda raised his arms to block. With a poof, his arms were directly smashed. Moreover, this was not the end. Lin Tianling's fist did not slow down. It ruthlessly penetrated Li Yuanda's chest, directly shattering him into pieces and staining the ground with blood. Yuanda, the Li family leader's expression changed. This place was silent. Everyone's expression changed. An immortal realm expert was smashed to death by a punch. Beast, capture him, extract his divine soul, and suppress him forever. Li 9 elders of the Li family came to the Bai family. At this time, one of them was killed, and the eyes of the others were cold. Lin Tianling's eyes were cold, and he was fearless. He looked at everyone from the Li family as if there were two cold knives in his eyes. I heard that the Li family son physique is also here. Tell him to come out, he said coldly. Some of the important figures of the Bai family forced Bai Qiu to marry the sun physique. If he killed the sun physique here, he would see how this branch could force Bai Qiu to marry him. Moreover, in the apothecary's place of seclusion, the sun physique Li Guhuang attacked him for no reason and almost killed him at that time. He was also his mortal enemy, so he naturally had to kill this person. You think you can fight the sun physique of the Li family? Bai Hongye said gloomily. Lin Tianling tilted his head and stared at Bai Hongye. His eyes were cold. You're everywhere. Is the sun physique your father or your ancestor? The Li family didn't say anything, but you're jumping up and down over there. You. Bai Hongye was furious. Lin Tianling humiliated him like this. A cold snort sounded. A few elders of the Li family stepped forward and stared at Lin Tianling coldly. Fellow cultivator Bai Hongye is right. You are not qualified to fight the sun physique of our family. You can just die here. A mere mortal body dares to fight the Sun King physique of our family? Dream on. You overestimate yourself. The people of the Li family were very arrogant. Is that so? Why do I remember that some time ago your sun physique was chased around by me, but in the end he barely survived by luck? Staring at the people of the Li family, Lin Tianling didn't show the slightest courtesy. Why? Are you afraid that I will kill your sun physique here and make your Li family the laughingstock of the second heaven? Hearing this, the faces of the several elders of the Li family turned cold, especially the Li family patriarch. His face was the most ugly. He was Li Guhuang's father. Some time ago, Lin Tianling chased after the sun physique. He naturally knew about it, and the entire second heaven knew that it was indeed an indecent thing. Now, Lin Tianling brought up the old matter again, which undoubtedly made the Li family patriarch lose face. Killing intent surged out from his eyes. What a sharp tongue! Taking a step forward, the Li family patriarch personally took action and slapped towards Lin Tianling. The Li family patriarch was the same as the Bai family patriarch. They were both at the 6th layer of the immortal realm, and their combat power was very strong. The Li family patriarch didn't show any mercy. He used a powerful secret technique from the Li family's ancient scripture, causing a vortex to appear in the void. Let me do it. At this moment, a cold voice sounded. It was a tall figure with shoulder-length black hair and deep eyes. He looked to be about 24 years old. His whole body was surrounded by brilliance like an ancient god. As this figure walked out, the surrounding air became scorching hot. It was as if a blazing sun had fallen into the Bai clan, causing everyone's hearts to tremble. The Li family patriarch withdrew his palm. Huang, you came out of seclusion? Li Guhuang nodded and stepped forward. I'll kill him. Staring at Lin Tianling, Li Guhuang only said the sentence, but it caused the surrounding space to tremble fiercely. I thought you would hide in your shell and not dare to come out to see me. Lin Tianling smiled. Loser, this time I won't give you any chance. Li Guhuang's expression was cold. Outside Lin Tianling's body, flames flickered, and an unprecedented terrifying aura rushed out, as if the flame god had descended to the world. If no one protects you today, your head will fall on the ground of the Bai family, he said coldly. End of this chapter. Chapter 444. The Sun King physique was very strong and was known as the #1 person in the same generation. However, Lin Tian no longer felt the same pressure when facing him this time. The current him was much, much stronger than before, and he no longer had the slightest fear of the Sun King physique. Full text reading, one read, one Cecicling. Without any superfluous words, an upper-grade sword appeared in his right hand, and he slashed with the 9th stroke of the Yang incinerating sword. With a boom, the scorching sun was blinding, almost tearing the space apart. Such a terrifying sword move caused everyone in the area to be shocked. A halberd made of divine light shot out from behind Li Guhuang, and it was covered in light mist. It slashed down at Lin Tian's 9th stroke of the Yang incinerating sword. Boom! The sword and halberd collided and both shattered. This was a courtyard of the Bai family. Because of the short exchange between the two, the pavilion was broken into pieces. Some of the ordinary members of the Bai family were shocked. They had been surrounding Lin Tian, but now they all retreated. It was because the two of them were too powerful. It was just a simple collision, but the consequences were terrifying to the extreme. If they continued to surround Lin Tian without retreating, it was very likely that they would be implicated and die without even knowing how they died. Li Guhuang's expression was cold. He instantly split into thousands of figures, and each of them was forming a seal. Boom! The space around them was suddenly covered by endless light. It surged like waves, pressing down on Lin Tian. This was a powerful spell. It covered all directions and sealed off everything, not giving Lin Tian any chance to escape. Good. The Li family members nodded, satisfied. The other strong men were horrified. Such a terrifying attack was not something an ordinary strong man of the celestial reaching realm could withstand. Lin Tian's expression was cold. With a shake of his right hand, he slashed with the 10th stroke of the Yang incinerating sword. With a boom, with him as the center, the space around him turned into a sea of fire. In this sea of fire, every inch of the fire was sword chi. With a sonorous sound, it tore Li Guhuang's attack into pieces in the blink of an eye. He took a step forward and held up the barren heaven world behind him, pressing down on Li Guhuang. The barren heaven world was the king's territory, and it was created by him using the divination divine art. Its power was just as terrifying, which surprised many of the important figures of the Bai family. They had naturally heard of Lin Tian's reputation, and the fact that Lin Tian could evolve the desolate demon body of the king's territory. However, at this moment, they were still shocked and in disbelief when they saw it with their own eyes. Reading a book? 1. Li Guhuang snorted coldly and took a step forward as well. He slapped out a blazing light with his palm. Boom! As the two forces collided, a hurricane swept out in all directions. The ground where the two of them stood cracked inch by inch, while the Bai clan's courtyard suffered a great calamity. At this moment, with the two of them at the center, all the strange stones and immortal plants within a radius of several tens of meters had been shattered, and all the pavilions had been reduced to dregs. It's been a while since we last met, but you've become much stronger. You're no longer the ant from before. Li Guhuang's expression was cold. Yet you haven't taken a single step forward. It's really unbearable. Did I leave you with a sinister heart when I chased you down that day? Lin Tian retorted. 2 cold rays of light flashed in Li Guhuang's eyes, and they were like cold swords that slashed in front of him. Lin Tian tilted his head and smashed the murderous light with a slap. The two of them were 20 feet apart, and their domineering auras collided. Although they didn't move, the two domineering true essence fluctuations were like thousands of soldiers and horses clashing. There were actually real electric arcs flashing out, and sizzling sounds could be heard. Crack! 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 The ground continued to crack, and a hurricane spread out with the two of them as the center. forcing many ordinary cultivators of the Bai clan to retreat again. "Go to the floating battlefield," a big shot of the Bai clan yelled. That person made a move, and a huge ring slowly appeared in the sky above the Bai clan's residence. At the same time, another big shot of the Bai clan took action and activated several array patterns to protect the surrounding space. The battle between Lin Tian and Li Guhuang was too shocking. If the two of them were allowed to fight in the Bai clan's residence, they would probably destroy the Bai clan's residence. Lin Tian raised his head, and with a shake of his feet, he soared into the sky. He came to the Bai clan to bring Baiziki out and stop Baiziki from entering the godless extinction domain. There was no need to deliberately destroy it. Li Guhuang's eyes were cold as he stepped into the sky. Boom! At this moment, a terrifying fist light descended from the sky, almost shattering the space, and brushed past Li Guhuang's cheek. One book 1, K, and S, H, U, C, C. Specks of blood floated in the air, and it was a shocking sight. Despicable. Everyone in the Li clan glared at Lin Tian with cold eyes. Lin Tian stood at the edge of the floating battlefield with a ruthless smile on his face, and he hooked his finger at Li Guhuang. A cold light flashed in Li Guhuang's eyes. With a wave of his hand, tens of thousands of light swords rushed into the sky with terrifying killing intent. Clang! 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 The sound of the swords was ear-piercing, and they rose into the sky like a meteor shower. Li Guhuang followed behind the tens of thousands of light swords. Like a god or an immortal, he reached 10 feet above the floating battlefield and pushed down with his palm. The tens of thousands of light swords screamed together, and like real divine swords, they whistled and fell toward Lin Tian. It was a terrifying scene. The tens of thousands of light swords gathered together and covered the entire sky. Some of the immortal-reaching realm experts were frightened by the scene. They secretly thought that Li Guhuang was worthy of being called the #1 person of his generation with a sun physique. This kind of attack was too terrifying, and it could probably kill a third heaven immortal-reaching realm expert directly. Because the two of them were on the floating battlefield in the sky, the scene was also seen by the cultivators outside the Bai clan. Suddenly, all of them widened their eyes. These people did not see Lin Tian and Li Guhuang's figures, but the tens of thousands of light swords were very obvious. Even if they were dozens of miles away, they could still see it clearly. Everyone was shocked. This who is attacking? How can he summon so many killing swords? An immortal-reaching realm expert? Many people were shocked. This kind of dense light swords was really shocking and made people's hearts tremble. Clang! 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 The ear-piercing sound of swords continued, resounding through the 9 heavens. Li Guhuang stood higher in the floating battlefield and looked down at Lin Tian. The killing swords were like the Milky Way. This is the divine spirit sword of 10,000 killing? The big shots of the Bai clan were shocked. Yes, it is. The head of the Bai clan nodded with a smile. Suddenly, there was a burst of gasps around, and everyone was shocked. The divine spirit sword of 10,000 killing was one of the 3 core supernatural powers in the ancient scripture of the Li clan. Once it was used, it could summon tens of thousands of killing swords to seal off every inch of space around it, killing immortals and gods. It was extremely terrifying. This kind of supernatural power was very strong and difficult to cultivate. Ordinary 5th heaven immortal-reaching realm experts could not control it. But now Li Guhuang was only at the 7th heaven of the imperial sky realm. But he had cultivated this precious skill to such a level, which really made the big shots tremble. The Sun King physique is really terrifying. The elder of the Taishian sacred ground side. Above the sky, the light swords were like a sea, and in an instant, they blocked all of Lin Tian's escape routes. In the next moment, the dense light swords slashed down together. I'm going to end you. Li Guhuang's eyes were cold, like a god looking down at the heavens. Just you? Lin Tianling said. As his words fell, the clanging sound was endless, and it sounded outside his body. Precious weapons rushed out one after another, all shining with a cold light, and in the blink of an eye, they surrounded his body. Among these precious weapons, there were sabers, swords, shields, halberds, and staffs. There were all kinds of precious weapons that existed in the world. There were a total of 136 precious weapons. Swish, swish, swish. The precious weapons appeared, and they slashed in all directions, crushing all the light swords that rushed over. Weapon control technique. Originally, he could only control 108 precious weapons at the same time. But not long ago, he had reached the fourth sky of the Zephyr realm, and his cultivation had improved, so he could control more weapons. At this time, he summoned 136 precious weapons, which were real physical weapons, much more powerful than ordinary light swords. They protected him while slashing at the sky. Rumor has it that this thief has mastered the weapon control technique of the upper heavenly region. It seems to be true. It's that precious skill. The Li family people's eyes were cold. The divine spirit sword technique was an attack that sealed off all directions. Once locked in, there was no way to escape because there were too many light swords and it was difficult to dodge. But now, Lin Tian used the weapon control technique, and with the 136 precious weapons protecting him, he slashed in all directions, breaking all the light swords. He was simply the natural enemy of the divine spirit sword technique. Swish, swish, swish. As Lin Tian used the weapon control technique, the dense precious weapons slashed in all directions, shattering the killing swords. Li Guhuang's eyes were cold. He pressed down with his right hand, and the dense light swords merged into one, turning into a divine light sword. The sword was 10 feet long and 3 feet wide, and the light was dazzling. Suddenly, a terrifying wave swept out, shaking the clouds in the sky and dispersing them instantly. 10,000 swords in one. He has actually cultivated this precious skill to such a level. Some strong people exclaimed. At this moment, even the Li family leader was shocked. 10,000 swords in one was the final form of the divine spirit sword technique. Even he could not control this level, but he did not expect Li Guhuang to have cultivated this core ability to such a high level. Beside him, the other Li family people were inexplicably excited, clenching their fists. Good, 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 someone shouted. The Li family had such a supreme being in this generation. In the future, they would be invincible, truly ruling over the second heaven. Lin Tian stared at the huge divine sword above his head, and his eyes were intertwined with cold light. He raised his right hand, and the 136 precious weapons clanked and quickly arranged themselves in a specific position. He was a matrix manipulator, and he had already reached the 6th level. At this moment, he used the 136 precious weapons to form an offensive matrix. He gathered all the power of the precious weapons into one point and rushed directly towards the huge sword that was falling from the sky. Boom! The two collided, and for a moment, the wind and cloud surged, and the destructive force spread in all directions. More than half of the 136 precious weapons shattered under this collision, turning into fragments and falling to the ground. The divine spirit sword technique was really too terrifying. However, there was still a small portion of the precious weapons that remained. Among them, the precious weapons of the 3 sects were the most frightening. A blade, a sword, and a shield. Each of them flickered with a sinister light as they broke through everything and rushed towards Li Guhuang. This is 3 quasi-immortal weapons. Damn it! The Li family experts were shocked. Chapter 445. A saber, a sword, and a shield. The precious weapons of the 3 sects flickered with a faint light, and there was a faint pressure of the immortal path within them. After Lin Tian's 136 precious weapons broke through the 10,000 divine killing sword, The three elite weapons immediately turned into immortal light and rushed up. Reed clang! The three precious weapons clanged, and their power was extremely strong. The pseudo-immortal weapons of the three sects. Lin Tian had obtained this not long ago in the Sea King's palace. Now it was put to good use, and its immortal power was extremely oppressive. Li Guhuang stood in the sky and faced them coldly. He waved his hand down. The hand of gods! Boom! Powerful divine power surged. The hand of gods covered the sky and the sun, covering the three pseudo-immortal weapons under it. This was a powerful divine power in the ancient scripture of the Li family. Li Guhuang had used this move when he was in the seclusion of the master apothecary. Now it appeared again, and its power was stronger than before. Lin Tian raised his head and snorted coldly. He leaped into the air, and without any superfluous movements, he threw a punch upwards. With a simple punch, the hand of gods was instantly shattered. Such a scene made many important figures frown. They were all shocked. First, he killed an immortal with a punch. Now, he shattered the hand of gods with a simple punch. Such a physique was a little too strong. Do you think you're a god? You're standing so high, Lin Tianling said. He leaped into the air and appeared in front of Li Guhuang. With a thought, the pseudo-immortal weapons of the three sects slashed at Li Guhuang again. The saber was above, the sword was below, and the shield was in the middle. Li Guhuang's expression was cold. He still raised the hand of gods. I miscalculated last time and didn't end you directly. This time you won't be so lucky. I won't give you any chance. I'll cut off your head directly. Boom! The hand of gods fell, and the void shook and rumbled. This power was a little terrifying. If it weren't for the powerful array patterns in the Bai family, the space would have been shattered immediately. Have you completely forgotten about being hunted down by me? Lin Tianling smiled. He stepped on the yin and yang liang and moved. Following behind the three sects' quasi-immortal weapons, he brandished the Nirvana fist and swept down a wave of heavenly fist radiance. Li Guhuang didn't dodge. Once again, the halberd of divine light appeared behind him, shining brightly. The halberd of divine light shot up and then enlarged until it was dozens of feet tall. It was like a giant mountain that stood between heaven and earth. With a swing of the halberd, all the quasi-mortal artifacts of the three sects were swept away. At the same time, the hand of God stirred up a huge wave of wind, smashing Lin Tian's Nirvana fist into pieces. If you don't have an alchemy weapon, what are you? Li Guhuang said coldly. Lin Tian said disdainfully, a loss is a loss. Being hunted down is being hunted down. Only weaklings would find excuses for their own failures. He waved his right hand and used the divination divine technique to summon the nine-spring sword. He then used the incinerating sun's 10th stroke. With a boom, a sea of flames appeared, burning the space and distorting it. Li Guhuang's eyes were cold. Two other halberds of divine light shot out from behind him, making a real sound of weapons. Boom! The confrontation between the two was not only in terms of words, but also in terms of killing methods. The two tyrannical Jin Yuan shook the space and distorted it like ripples on a calm water surface, spreading out in all directions. So powerful! Some of the big shots exclaimed secretly. This was the interior of the Bai clan, and the void was protected by formation runes. The Bai clan's first ancestor had hired a powerful formation manipulator to engrave them. But now, with the support of such formation runes, the two of them were still able to cause the space to tremble and distort. Such combat strength was simply terrifying, and ordinary immortal reaching realm experts were far from comparable. Buzz! Lin Tian attacked. His silver fist pierced through the sky, causing the void to cave as it smashed toward Li Guhuang. He stepped on the yin and yang liang, leaving behind afterimages with each step as he rapidly approached. Using his powerful physique that had crossed the heavenly tribulation and bathed in dragon blood to engage in close combat, he was like a barbaric dragon that had been born. The vigorous fluctuations of blood and qi moved everyone. Bang! Li Guhuang's eyes were cold as he threw a punch. The two fists collided, and a transparent air vibration wave spread out in a huge circle. Clang! 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 The sound of weapons rang out. Lin Tian used the weapon control technique, and the quasi-immortal artifacts of the three sects arrived again. Li Guhuang raised his hand and used the hand of God to send the quasi-immortal artifacts of the three sects flying again. Lin Tian didn't care about this at all. He expressionlessly put away the quasi-immortal artifacts of the three sections. Then he pressed forward step by step. Wisps of electric arcs intertwined on his silver fist, and his aura was threatening. Dong! He threw a simple punch, and it was like beating a sacred drum, causing the void to rumble. Two streaks of lightning shot out from Li Guhuang's eyes as he slapped down with his palm. With a boom, the fist and palm collided, creating a large hurricane. After a fruitless attack, the two of them quickly tangled together and launched a close-range battle of life and death. Every single one of their moves contained extremely terrifying power, causing the space around them to tremble and become unstable. It was as fragile as a piece of paper. If there were no formation patterns to protect the surroundings, this space would not be able to withstand such power. Humph! Lin Tian shook his right hand, still just waving his arms. Simple movements, terrifying attacks. He threw out his right fist like an ancient war god, and a faint, blood-red light appeared. That was the power of the dragon blood, and at this moment a trace of it was squeezed out. That is, the light of the dragon blood appeared, and a trace of terrifying power spread out, causing many important figures to be shocked. Not only these people, but even Lin Tian was slightly surprised. However, in the next moment he laughed, but his laughter was very cold. This is really an unexpected surprise, he said coldly. As the yin and yang liang spread out, the strength of his iron fist increased by several degrees. He had refined some of the dragon's blood back then. At this moment, there was a trace of the remaining light of the dragon's blood in his flesh, making this punch extremely terrifying. It seemed to be able to shatter mountains and rivers. It directly penetrated the void that was protected by matrix runes. Facing this punch, even someone as strong as Li Guhuang could not help but change his expression slightly, and he channeled his true essence to meet it head-on. Buzz! A shield of divine light materialized in front of Li Guhuang, blocking him. Is it useful? Lin Tianling said. He pressed down with his fist, shattering the divine light shield on the spot, and steadily punched Li Guhuang in the chest. With a bang, Li Guhuang was sent flying and vomited blood on the spot. Huang the Li family patriarch shouted. That's the sun physique, and it's actually at a disadvantage? How is it possible? The ordinary cultivators of the Bai family were all shocked. The Bai family patriarch stared at Lin Tian's figure in the air, and his eyes kept flickering. Lin Tian looked so young now, only 17 or 18 years old, but his combat strength was so powerful that he could compete with the Sun King physique, and at this time he injured the Sun King physique. Such aptitude shocked him. Li Guhuang, aren't you known as the #1 person of your generation? Why are you so weak? In the sky, Lin Tianling said. However, although he said so, he was very shocked in his heart, and he secretly sighed that Li Guhuang was indeed a little terrifying. One had to know that he had accidentally triggered a trace of residual dragon blood, and because of the light of the dragon blood, his punch just now was very terrifying. Even a third heaven of the immortal realm powerhouse would find it difficult to block it. The most likely possibility was that he would be smashed into pieces by his punch. However, under such a punch, Li Guhuang survived and only suffered some minor injuries. In the distance, some disciples of the Bai family hissed. The sun physique was so powerful, and he was recognized as the #1 person of his generation in the second heaven. But now he was sent flying by Lin Tianyi's punch. This, someone muttered to himself, his face full of disbelief. Faint flames intertwined in Li Guhuang's chest like a light shield protecting his body, and faint smoke was emitted. When facing Lin Tian's punch just now, he condensed the sun sea of the king's territory into a shield and blocked it in front of his chest. Only then did he manage to neutralize the fatal blow. At this moment he stared at Lin Tian again, and his eyes became even colder. Light flickered, and a prehistoric pagoda rushed out from behind him. The pagoda was 33 floors high, and there was an exquisite treasure light intertwined. Treastrimsa Divine Light Pagoda. The elder of the Taishian sacred ground was shocked. At the side, the other big shots were also shocked, and in disbelief they exclaimed, "He can even control this mystical power! His talent is incredible." Someone from the Bai family sighed. The Li family had been passed down since ancient times, and there were 3 core mystical powers in the family, namely the divine spirit, sword technique, the divine light pagoda of the 33 heavens, and the Tao grinding wheel. Each was more terrifying than the other, and each was harder to cultivate. The divine light pagoda of the 33 heavens was ranked second, and it was said to be able to suppress everything. Among all the elders of the Li family who had reached the immortal realm, only a limited number of people had successfully cultivated it. But now Li Guhuang had actually mastered this mystical power with his airborne realm cultivation. Great! The Li family patriarch laughed. Li Guhuang displayed the divine light pagoda of the 33 heavens, like a god descending to the mortal world. He took a step forward, and a powerful aura spread out. Swoosh! An immortal light flew out of the divine light pagoda of the 33 heavens at a shocking speed and pierced through Lin Tian's shoulder. The attack was so fast that Lin Tian couldn't react in time. He covered his shoulder and retreated, falling down with blood. Swoosh! 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 The divine light pagoda of the 33 heavens shook, and dense rays of light shot out like divine arrows, completely enveloping Lin Tian. The most terrifying thing was that they were extremely fast, almost to the extent that it was difficult to see with the naked eye. Lin Tian was moved. His right hand shook, and the Tao diagram of the 4 symbols appeared in the blink of an eye, blocking in front of him. Qi. As soon as the Tao diagram of the 4 symbols appeared, it directly annihilated the rays of light that flew out of the divine light pagoda of the 33 heavens. However, in the next moment, his expression changed slightly. He used the Tao diagram of the 4 symbols to block in front of him, but there were killing rays rushing at him from behind and to the left and right at an astonishing speed. The divine light pagoda of the 33 heavens is stronger than the divine spirit sword technique. The killing rays are extremely fast, and the pagoda can suppress all living things. You can only die under the divine light pagoda. There is no way to avoid it. An elder of the Li family said coldly. Lin Tian lowered his head, his eyes cold. You said so. Boom! With a thought, the divining divine technique was activated. The divine cry temple, the barren heaven realm, the place where heavenly Lord Daoran practiced martial arts, the desolate mountain, the treasure weapon bell, the 3-leaf clover sea, all of them appeared one by one. Finally, a divine sea appeared, and a blazing sun rushed out, illuminating all directions. The light emitted was scorching hot, causing the void to distort. P.S. Thank you to Lemon Chi-Chi for your 10,000 support. Thank you, Chi-Chi. Chapter 446. Everyone from the Li clan was shocked, and so were the cultivators from the Bai clan. Lin Tian had displayed the place of enlightenment of Daoren Tianzuan, the primordial mountains, the bell, the sea of 3-leaf clovers, and so on. These divine elephants shocked them, but the appearance of the solar ocean and the divine rumble temple shocked them even more. Although they had heard that Lin Tian could display the king's territory and had fought with many cultivators before, when they saw it with their own eyes, they were still shocked, and their faces were full of disbelief. Bastard! The elders of the Li family all had ghastly looks in their eyes. Lin Tian had actually displayed the king's region divine ability of their extreme yang physique. In their eyes, this was an insult to the extreme yang physique, an insult to their Li family. Buzz! Lin Tianqing stood in the sky. More than 10 divine elephants supported him. Their radiance overflowed into the heavens, protecting him within. He shook the power of the divine elephants and shattered the murderous light of the tower of the Triastria divine light outside his body. Li Guhuang's expression was cold. He stepped forward, and the tower of the Triastria divine light suddenly turned into light, pressing forward with great momentum. These lights were somewhat terrifying. They combined to form the 33 layers of heaven and fell from the sky. The pressure made the void rumble as if it would collapse in the next moment, shocking many people. The tower of the Triastria divine light is indeed terrifying, the elder of the Taishan holy land whispered. Boom! On the suspended battlefield, the tower of divine light turned into the 33 layers of heaven and crushed down with endless power. The divine elephants summoned by Lin Tian were pressured and were gradually deformed. Then, some of the divine elephants were shattered. Lin Tian snorted and released his vital essence. A blood-colored crack appeared behind him, and the screams of ghosts could be heard, making people's hair stand on end. Suddenly, a ghost claw reached out from it and went against the sky, directly piercing through the 33 layers of heaven. You want to suppress me with your skills? Stop dreaming. In terms of skills, I have more than you, he said coldly. He'd grasped a few supreme divine abilities, and he'd even cultivated the martial Tao, formation Tao, and pill Tao. What he'd cultivated and learned far surpassed anyone of his generation. Yi Futian stared at Li Guhuang. With a shift of his mind, he controlled the divine elephants of the heavens and tore open the 33 layers of heaven. Then he used the barren heaven world and the divine roar hall to suppress Li Guhuang, shrouding all the space within. Li Guhuang's eyes were like swords, cold and piercing to the bone, as he stared at Lin Tian with indifference. Buzz! Dazzling light flickered, and the torn 33 heavens appeared once again, still hanging high in the sky. With a loud bang, the 33 layered heavens became even more terrifying and mightily pressed down on Lin Tian. The 33 heavens are indestructible and indestructible. They can reappear over and over again, and each time they do, they will become even more powerful. Someone from the Li family sneered. The reality was just as the Li family elder had said. After that, Lin Tian attacked several times to tear the 33 heavens apart. But each time he tore it apart, the 33 heavens would appear again, and the power it exuded was even more powerful. He had mastered the seal of 4 symbols, but because he'd only cultivated the first layer of the seal of 4 symbols, its sealing power was limited. It could only annihilate the light of ordinary divine abilities. It was difficult to completely seal the secret technique of the 33 heavens, Holy Pagoda. After all, this technique was very powerful, and the person who used this technique was the sun body of the 12 imperial bodies, which was 3 minor realms higher than him. Rumble. The void rumbled and shook. The light of the true ether was like the waves of the sea, each wave higher than the last. Lin Tian was under the 33 heavens, and he shattered the 33 heavens again and again. However, each time, the 33 heavens would instantly reassemble in an instant, increasing the pressure on him. Even so, his expression did not change. He controlled the divine elephants of the heavens and stepped on the yin and yang roar and pressed toward Li Guhuang. He waved his iron fists, and with a dong the space shook. He used the divine elephants of the heavens to attack the sun body with his iron fists. For a moment, his whole body flickered with precious light, shining endlessly. Behind Li Guhuang, 3 halberds of divine light rushed into the sky, split into 3 directions, and slashed toward Lin Tian. The 2 of them fought with divine abilities, and their bodies rushed together. The shadows of fist and leg continuously appeared. Boom! 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 The two fists collided, and the space shook with a rumble. In the Bai family, many important figures were shocked. Facing the divine light pagoda of the 33 heavens, summoned by the sun body of the Li family, Lin Tianyi shattered this divine ability time and time again. Then, this divine ability reappeared again and again, and its power increased. He actually resisted violently, which was really frightening. These people stared at Lin Tian supporting the divine elephants. Although they did not know what kind of great technique it was, they knew that this kind of technique would definitely consume a lot of true ether. However, Lin Tian had been supporting them all this time, holding on until now. His true ether is inexhaustible. This, in a battle with the invincible sun body of the same generation, he actually doesn't fall behind at all. Many of the Bai family's disciples were stunned. Li Guhuang's eyes were cold, and his expression was indifferent. After a few punches, he formed a seal in front of his chest. Boom! With a loud bang, the 33 heavens became even more terrifying. At the highest point of the 33 heavens, a 33 heavens pagoda appeared. It was intertwined with extremely hazy light mist, as if it could suppress everything in the world. He walked over like an elegant god. His hands formed a seal, and the 33 heavens fell straight down. However, the 33 heavens did not disappear. Instead, it became even more violent. As the rays of light spread, an extremely ferocious aura burst out in an instant, shattering the dozen or so divine elephants that Lin Tian supported. Boom! The 33 heavens and the 33 heavens fused together. It was extremely terrifying, and many people's expressions changed. The sun body really has the bearing of an emperor. Someone muttered to himself. There was a vast expanse of light in the sky. The 33 layers of the pagoda and the 33 heavens were shrouded in mist. Suddenly, the sound of divine weapons rang out. It was as if there were billions of celestial spirits residing in the 33 layers of the pagoda and above the 33 heavens. With a boom, as Li Guhuang formed a seal in front of his chest, the sky trembled violently. Endless light scattered and killing intent overflowed. It was as if it wanted to crush everything in the 33 heavens and suppress everything in the 33 heavens. Some third-tier immortal experts were shocked. The Li family's treasured technique had been cultivated to such a level. It was too terrifying. The 33 heavens and the 33 heavens were transformed into the 33 heavens and the 33 heavens. Such an offensive stance moved many immortal experts who had experienced great storms. Lin Tian's eyes were cold. When the 33 levels of heaven and the 33 levels of the pagoda pressed down together, he felt an even stronger pressure. It was as if there was a silver river pressing down on his shoulders, causing the bones all over his body to creak as if they would fall apart at any moment. But even so, his expression didn't change at all. He used the yin-yang puppet. The divine manifestation elephant rose again and attacked Li Guhuang again. Boom! He didn't make any unnecessary movements. He simply waved his fist and attacked with the nirvana fist. The 33 layers of heaven and the 33 layers of pagoda fused into one. The hazy light mist rushed towards him from all directions. The pagoda wanted to suppress him, and the 33 layers of heaven wanted to crush him. The combination of these two terrifying powers caused the space to distort, and from time to time, crackling sounds could be heard. Whoosh! 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 More than 10 beams of treasure light came. They all rushed out of the 33 heavens pagoda at an extremely fast speed. Lin Tian used the barren heaven world to protect himself. At the same time, he used the 4 symbols Tao diagram. It expanded to a radius of 15 meters, covering his entire body. They protected him from the front and back, using it to block the pagoda and the heavens. Then, he used the yin-yang puppet again. Like a swimming dragon, he surrounded the sun physique and threw punch after punch. His fist radiance was formed by the extreme compression of his true origin. It was the nirvana fist that he had cultivated in the past. Of course, at his current level, the nirvana fist was much more terrifying when he unleashed it again. One after another, fist radiance rushed out from his fist, like thick bolts of lightning, crazily bombarding Li Guhuang. Li Guhuang's eyes were indifferent. He stood in place without moving. A treasured mirror rushed out from behind him, breaking apart all the fist aura. It couldn't get close to him. He stood in the void like a divine emperor. The 33 layers of pagoda and the 33 layers of heaven fused together, becoming even more powerful than before, completely enveloping Lin Tianche. Lin Tian kept throwing his fists. He used the divine manifestation art and the 4-symbol seal to block the 33 heavens pagoda and 33 heavens. He destroyed them in the air several times. However, this art was very strange. Every time he destroyed this art, it would appear again, and its power would become stronger. Just as the Li family elder said, it couldn't be destroyed. Bang! A ray of dim light came and sent him flying with a bang. Good. The Trayastrimsa Divine Light Pagoda. With your current level, you are far from being able to break it. In the end, you will die of exhaustion. At this level, you actually want to fight with the sun physique of our clan. You overestimate yourself. Everyone from the Li family sneered. In the sky, Li Guhuang's expression was indifferent. His hands continued to form seals. After 3 breaths of time, a buzzing sound could be heard as the 33 layers of the pagoda began to tremble. A door of light opened on each layer of the pagoda, and at the same time, the 33 layers of heaven transformed into a 33-meter tall giant. The light was hazy as it lifted up the 33 layers of pagoda and pressed down on Lin Tian. Boom! The celestial light was vast and mighty, and the void collapsed with a crack. It was as if a volcano had erupted in this place. The giant dragged the pagoda with its right hand, like an ancient demon god. This is the Trayastrimsa Divine Light Pagoda. He has already mastered this art to this level. Even the few people who are at the peak of the connecting immortal realm in our clan have not reached this level. The Li family members were surprised and delighted. At the same time, the other big shots frowned. The sun physique was unfathomable. Li Guhuang stood in the sky. The aura outside his body became several times stronger. He looked at Lin Tian indifferently. It's over. Boom! The giant held the pagoda of 33 heavens pagoda. A light door opened on each pagoda floor. With a boom, it pressed down on Lin Tian. The 33 zhang tall giant had boundless strength and could suppress the heavens. The pagoda was even more terrifying. The doors of light seemed to be connected to the eternal unknown, as if they wanted to crush one's soul. It was a terrifying sight to behold. Lin Tian looked up. Facing this even more terrifying attack, he was not afraid. His expression did not change. You really think you can defeat me? He said coldly. The ultimate form of the Trayastrimsa Divine Pagoda can still be reborn infinitely. I used it to kill the Sea Area Demon King, who was at the 4th heaven of the connecting immortal realm. You can't stop it. Everything is destined. Li Guhuang was expressionless. Is that so? In that case, let's see if your technique is capable of killing me. Lin Tian mocked. As his words fell, dense patterns suddenly appeared in the void in all directions with a buzz. They quickly turned into chains of light that intertwined in the surroundings. These chains collided with each other, producing real clinking sounds. They completely surrounded Li Guhuang in the middle, forming a spherical light chain seal. This is an array pattern. A big shot's expression changed. P.S. I'll report my schedule to everyone. I arrived at the Lu Sun Literature Academy on March 1st. I saw many colleagues and was quite happy. I'll be staying at the Lu Sun Literature Academy for about a month. There are many things to do during this period, including advanced studies and various activities. Therefore, There may be situations where I can't update in 2 chapters during this period. Of course, if there is a lack of updates during this period, I'll note it down and make up for it in April. Chapter 447. Staring at the patterns in the void. Some of the great figures recognized them as formation patterns, and they were immediately moved. Read see? Book 1. K. A. N. S. H. U. See, he knows how to inscribe formation patterns. Someone exclaimed. Inscribing formation patterns in the air was usually something that only a 6th-rank formation master could do. Of course, some experts who had reached an extremely high level of cultivation would dabble in the art of formations and could also inscribe formations in the air. However, it was obvious that Lin Tian had not reached that level. This made many people feel moved and thought of only one possibility. He's also a formation master? Some experts of the Bai family were surprised. The lineage of formation masters had been passed down for a long time. Some powerful formation masters, even if their cultivation was not very strong, could inscribe some great killing formations that were incomparably terrifying. Lin Tian was now inscribing formation patterns, which undoubtedly surprised many important figures. Some of the ordinary members of the Bai family were even more shocked, and their eyes flickered uncontrollably. 1. Light flashed, and dense chains of light appeared. With a clatter, they immediately sealed off the surroundings, isolating everything. Li Guhuang's eyes narrowed. You did this? What do you think? Lin Tianling was indifferent. The Trayastrimsa divine light pagoda was indeed very difficult to deal with. Not only was the attack speed extremely fast, but it could also appear again and again, making him tired of dealing with it. However, he was very calm from beginning to end and was not in a hurry. He surrounded Li Guhuang and attacked again and again, but in fact, at the same time, he was also inscribing formation patterns. This pattern was called the imprisonment pattern. It was a very simple 6th-grade array pattern. However, at this time, he engraved a total of 999 imprisonment patterns, which formed a large ball of light chains. It completely enveloped Li Guhuang and instantly wrapped around his body. Li Guhuang's expression changed, and for the first time he was moved. As the light chains wrapped around him, he could not move. I've already said that, in terms of means, I have more than you, Lin Tianling said. The dense light chains pressed together, and the light rays shone brightly, illuminating everything in the surroundings. Li Guhuang's true essence surged as he tried to break free. Unfortunately, how could it be so easy? In the blink of an eye, 999 divine shackling chains closed in and completely drowned Li Guhuang. 1. Look, Book 1. K. A. N. S. H. U. C. Lin Tian turned around. The 4 symbols seal trembled, and together with the divination divine technique, it slammed into the 33-zhang tall giant and the 33-layer pagoda. With a boom, it shattered into pieces. But at this moment, because Li Guhuang was trapped by the shackles, the flow of true essence was cut off. It didn't gather again and completely dissipated. This destroyed the Triastria divine light pagoda? Someone's heart trembled. This was the second most powerful secret technique of the Li clan, the Trayastrimsa divine light pagoda. In this heaven, the more powerful one was, the more they would know how terrifying this technique was. It was basically impossible to decipher and could be said to be invincible among those of the same level. However, at this moment, Lin Tian, who was 3 levels lower than Li Guhuang, had destroyed this technique, shocking everyone. Damn it! Among them, the faces of the Li clan members were extremely ugly. Lin Tian stood in the sky, staring at Li Guhuang, who was trapped by 999 shackles of shackles. A longbow appeared in his hand, and 5 pure gold arrows were nocked on the bowstring. His eyes were cold, and his 5 fingers stretched out, instantly drawing the bowstring into the shape of a full moon. The true essence in his body continuously gathered on the 5 pure gold arrows. As he continued to compress his energy into the 5 arrows, the 5 arrows emitted a buzzing sound, as though billions of birds were flapping their wings. The ear-piercing sound caused the expressions of many of the Clan's disciples in the distance to change. All of them could feel an extremely oppressive and terrifying power. Suddenly, they felt that the 5 golden arrows were several times more terrifying than immortal artifacts. With a swoosh, as the 5 arrows buzzed and vibrated, strands of fire and thunder light intertwined, and suddenly the aura of the 5 arrows became even more terrifying, as if they were connected to the flames of hell, as if they were connected to the thunder of the 9 heavens. Boom! A startled sound was heard. In the distance, the light-chain sphere that trapped Li Guhuang shook, and dozens of shackles were broken. Next, more startled sounds were heard, and more than half of the light chain formed by the shackles collapsed in the blink of an eye. Lin Tianling smiled, and his right hand loosened, and the 5 pure gold arrows immediately turned into 5 rays of fire and thunder light, instantly pressing forward. Boom! 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 The startled sounds in front did not stop, and when the 9th startled sound was heard, all the light chains were broken, and Li Guhuang stepped out. However, it was also at this time that the 5 arrows shot by Lin Tian arrived, like 5 furious dragons of fire and thunder. Huang, be careful, the Li clan leader shouted. Too late, Lin Tianling said. He knew that the 999 imprisonment runes would not be able to trap Li Guhuang for long. Hence, after he shattered the abhijna of the Triastria Divine Light Pagoda, he immediately took out his bow and arrows. Using the principle of the Nirvana Fist, he continuously compressed his chi into 5 arrows. Then he fired the 5 arrows. He had basically calculated when Li Guhuang would break through all the chains of light and walk out. So he shot 5 arrows in advance. Therefore, the moment Li Guhuang rushed out, the 5 arrows were already in front of him, and there was no chance for him to dodge at all. Pooh! 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 Blood splashed out as 5 golden arrows pierced through Li Guhuang's body. Huang the Li clan's patriarch's expression changed, and he couldn't help but cry out. Li Guhuang coughed out blood as 5 pure golden arrows pierced through his body. Within a blink of an eye, the arrows dragged his body and sent him flying hundreds of feet away, showering him with dazzling red blood. After 3 breaths, Li Guhuang's body finally stopped. Blood kept dripping down, and his entire body was instantly dyed red, as if he was a bloody man. Standing in the void, Li Guhuang gasped for breath, and his face was extremely ugly. Looking around, balls of scorching sunlight intertwined on the surface of his body and gathered at the 5 golden arrows that pierced through his body, quickly healing his injured body. Under this type of blazing sunlight, facing these 5 terrifying sure-kill arrows, he managed to survive. Origin of the sun. Lin Tian's eyes were cold. The scorching sunlight was extremely blazing, and it was intertwined with extremely rich fluctuations of life. It was definitely the origin of the light. Lin Tian, Li Guhuang roared and couldn't help but roar. He had the Sun King physique. Ever since he was born, he had been advancing triumphantly and defeating all the experts. Now he was recognized as the #1 expert of his generation, and even some of the older experts were no match for him. He was like the sun god from the primordial era, but now he was seriously injured by a cultivator who was 3 small realms lower than him. It was the first time he had suffered such a terrifying blow, which made him truly angry. With a boom, the violent true essence vibrated, and the 5 arrows were all forced out. You're on your deathbed. Let's see how long you can struggle. Lin Tian's eyes were cold. He took a step forward and directly punched down. The blazing fist light broke through the heavenly domain and swept across all directions. Grinding immortal, Tao-devouring wheel. Li Guhuang roared. A treasure wheel rushed up, and pure yang light intertwined around it. There was a terrifying wave of energy that could crush all things intertwined. This was a great technique, the most powerful secret technique in the Li family's ancient scriptures. Now, Li Guhuang had activated it, and it was as if he had summoned a treasure wheel that could destroy all things. Seeing this technique, some of the elders were moved again. They never thought that Li Guhuang had even mastered the Li family's most powerful secret technique and could activate it to such an extent. In terms of secret techniques and divine abilities, you're far inferior. Lin Tian's words were merciless. He quickly formed a seal with his hands, and balls of green flames rushed out of his body. There were a total of 16 of them, and these green flames condensed together and quickly intertwined into a cauldron. There was the shape of the 8 trigrams on the cauldron, and it was full of fantasy. With a boom, as soon as the cauldron appeared, a wave of energy that was hotter than magma spread out, burning the space until it sizzled. It's alchemy fire, green alchemy fire. That's the alchemy fire of the 4th realm. Could it be that he also cultivates alchemy? The experts of the Bai family were shocked. The young man in front of them had dabbled in martial arts, array, and alchemy, and his realms were all very high. Lin Tian's eyes were cruel, and his clothes were fluttering. Overturning sacred cauldron, he said coldly. This was a great divine ability of alchemy recorded in the medicine encyclopedia, and it could only be cultivated by having the alchemy fire of the 4th realm. Not long ago, he became a 5th-grade alchemist and mastered the alchemy fire of the 4th realm, so he could use this great divine ability. This technique was said to be able to refine everything into flames and into formless air. His eyes were cold as he took a step forward and pushed the cauldron down. Kill! Kill! 2 cold voices sounded at the same time. The wheel of grinding deity devouring fire and the overturning sacred cauldron collided. Both of them shook violently, and various rays of light intertwined in midair. This was a great force, and a terrifying wave of energy spread out. Even though the Bai family was protected by array patterns, at this moment the void was wildly distorted, as if it could be shattered at any time. All the spectators were shocked. The divine abilities clashed, and light mist filled the sky. Not long after, 2 figures flew out at the same time. Li Guhuang was covered in blood, and his chest rose and fell violently. On the other side, Lin Tian was not much better. The grinding deity devouring Tao Will was very terrifying, and it pierced through his chest, leaving a transparent, bloody hole. Half of his body was almost directly crushed. However, compared to Li Guhuang, his current state was undoubtedly much better, because Li Guhuang was first injured by the dragon blood fist, then penetrated by the 5 pure gold arrows that he shot out with all his strength, and now collided with the overturning sacred cauldron. The continuous accumulation of injuries was very serious. You're still going to lose, Lin Tianling said. In fact, his personal combat strength was not as strong as Li Guhuang's. However, he had mastered many great techniques and had an astonishing talent for battle. For example, he had secretly engraved 999 imprisonment runes in the void to trap Li Guhuang. Then he had accurately calculated the time and surrounded Li Guhuang with 5 pure gold arrows. This was the battle situation he had designed. As for the dragon blood fist at the very beginning, it was undoubtedly a pleasant surprise. This was the power he had accidentally drawn out and almost killed Li Guhuang directly. He took a step forward and closed in on Li Guhuang. You really think you can beat me? There was no such possibility. The next attack will bury you, Li Guhuang said coldly. With a buzzing sound, his whole body flickered with flames, and a huge ancient tree suddenly rushed out from behind him. The ancient tree was very dense, and it was mainly divided into 9 branches. On each branch stood a fire bird, which was the golden crow of the primordial era. Chapter 448. The golden crow was said to be a fire bird born on the sun. It was the king of birds and could devour all the flames in the world. It had the power to burn everything. Reading. Reading a book? A 1? K. A. N. Book H? At this time, 9 golden crows appeared. Their 9 pairs of eyes were completely condensed by the power of flames. Their bodies were burning with flames, and they stared coldly at Lin Tian. They looked extremely terrifying. What's this? All the bigwigs were shocked and stared behind Li Guhuang. These bigwigs were all powerful existences in the celestial reaching realm. They had seen ancient birds like the golden crow in ancient books. How could they not be surprised when they saw Li Guhuang activate 9 golden crows? When they looked at the ancient tree that the 9 golden crows had condensed from flames, they were all moved once again. Is that the ancient Fusang tree? It said that the golden crow lives on the branches of the Fusang tree. Then it must be the Fusang tree. 9 golden crows and a Fusang tree. Is this a vision in his sense of perception? Many people were shocked. Lin Tian stopped in his tracks, his eyes cold as he stared behind Li Guhuang. As soon as the ancient Fusang tree and the 9 golden crows appeared, every corner around them was surrounded by strands of blazing flames. The flames were like the splashing waves on the ocean, but they were far more terrifying than the waves on the ocean. He could clearly feel the power to destroy all things. "I'll bury you," Li Guhuang said. As soon as he finished speaking, a shrill bird cry came from behind him. One of the 9 golden crows flew out and rushed toward Lin Tian with flames all over the sky. Suddenly, the space crackled as the golden crow rose into the air. It was like an arrow of holy light condensed from flames, burning everything in its path. Do you think you're the only one who can create a vision in the sense of perception? Lin Tianling said. His glabella emitted light, and a lotus sea rushed out from behind him. The black and white lights intertwined perfectly. With a thought, dozens of lotus petals floated out from behind him. In the blink of an eye, they condensed into a lotus sword. It gave off a black and white light as it flew straight at the golden crow. This is another strange phenomenon in the sea of consciousness. The lotus sea, that black and white light, that... Why do I feel the presence of yin and yang? Everyone was shocked. 1. Reading book 1? K. Watson. Look at H. You. See the yin-yang lotus sword took shape and collided with the golden crow. Both of them exploded. In the distance, some of the ordinary disciples of the Bai family were moved. Their eyes flickered and their hearts palpitated, staring at Lin Tian and Li Guhuang. These young members of the Bai clan couldn't help but sigh. These two were really too powerful. They were in the same era as these two people, but the gap between them was as shocking as a chasm. Is this still human? Someone smiled bitterly. On the floating island, beside Lin Tian, the lotus sea swayed, and the yin qi and yang qi intertwined. On the opposite side, behind Li Guhuang, the ancient Fusang tree was also swaying. Then, with a whoosh, a wisp of flame appeared on the ancient Fusang tree. The golden crow that was shattered by Lin Tian just now reappeared. This was a strange phenomenon in the sea of consciousness. As long as there was someone maintaining it, the 9 golden crows and the Fusang tree would not disappear. Just like Lin Tian's yin-yang lotus sea, as long as he was not seriously injured or dead, the lotus petals would never disappear and could attack endlessly. Kill! Kill! 2 voices sounded, and the 2 rushed at each other. The blazing fire of the sun was burning, and the 9 golden crows suddenly moved at the same time. They let out an astonishing bird cry and drove 9 blazing flames, covering all directions and completely enveloping the surrounding space. Hum! Lotus petals rose into the air and transformed into sharp black and white blades, which swept toward the center of the formation in a frenzy. Boom! Violent chi interweaved together like waves, each wave higher than the previous one. That kind of chi was too intimidating. Even some experts of the fifth celestial layer were dumbfounded. This kind of power was very shocking, almost enough to threaten their lives. It made them feel shocked in their hearts, thinking that these two were too monstrous. 9 suns, burning world. Suddenly a cold shout sounded. Li Guhuang's body was dazzling, and rays of pure yang light came out of his body. He made a seal with one hand, and the 9 golden crows on the fusang tree became even more shocking. They rushed up at the same time, and with a distance between each other, they circled and danced together. In the blink of an eye, they turned into a blazing sun halo, spraying flames all over the sky. This kind of flame was a bit terrifying. It was even more terrifying than the 4th level green elixir fire that Lin Tian used just now. It was like the essence of the sun, and it made everyone in the Bai family change their expressions. 1 Book 1 K and S H U C C. I'll send you flying. Lin Tianji said these 3 words. His eyes were bright, and with a boom, all the lotuses behind him shattered, turning into countless lotus petals, covering the entire sky and crazily slashing toward the sun body seat. This was the strongest form of the yin-yang lotusy. He had only used it once in the Sea King's palace, and its power was endless. At that time his cultivation was not as strong as it was now, and he could not control it well. But now his cultivation had reached the 4th level of the Zephyr realm, and his strength was much stronger, and he could freely use the ultimate form. Chi, chi, chi. His vital essence vibrated, and crisp sounds kept coming out. The 9 golden crows turned into a flame wheel, scattering the true sunfire all over the sky. The ancient fusang tree swayed slightly, rippling out layer after layer, all containing endless destructive aura. Looking around, Li Guhuang stood under the ancient fusang tree, like the sun god emperor who came from the farthest past, full of majesty and dominance. Clang! The clanging of weapons continued. Lin Tianji activated the yin-yang lotus petals all over the sky. Black and white light surged together, almost turning into a black and white vortex. At this moment, every lotus petal around him was a sharp blade. Although it could not cut through space, it could obliterate everything. Such a huge collision stunned all the experts who were watching. How old were these 2 people? To think that he was already this strong. Boom! The divine light collided, and a huge explosion sounded and continued. Enough, Sun Sea, Golden Crow Nest, merge. A cold voice sounded. Behind Li Guhuang, a blue ocean appeared, and a scorching sun rushed out from it, instantly illuminating everything around. Then the ancient fusang tree flew back and descended from the sky, enveloping Li Guhuang and the Sun Sea. The 9 golden crows also descended from the sky, flying around Li Guhuang, with clusters of flames jumping. Immediately, an unprecedented, terrifying wave spread out, directly collapsing a part of space. At this moment, Li Guhuang combined his king's territory mystical ability and the phenomenon in his sea of consciousness, suppressing it outside his body and covering it with the Sun Sea, allowing the aura of the 2 to fuse perfectly. He knew that Lin Tianji could resist the Sun Sea, but at this moment, because the Sun Sea and the phenomenon in his sea of consciousness had merged, he no longer had to worry about that. "You're the first person to see this technique," he said coldly. "So what? You'll die." Li Guhuang took a step forward and raised his right hand. The phenomenon in his sea of consciousness and the Sun Sea merged, producing 9 blazing suns. Each blazing sun seemed to be the sun in the universe, melting space. "You want to kill me in your current state?" Lin Tianling laughed. He stretched out his hands, and the lotus sea swayed and rose with a rumble, turning into a huge lotus wave that pressed towards Li Guhuang. Then he stepped forward and stepped on the yin-yang ho. In the blink of an eye, he was in front of Li Guhuang and summoned a dark green medicinal cauldron from the stone ring. "That's a cauldron for refining medicine?" Why did he take that out? Many disciples of the Bai family were curious, and even some big shots were puzzled as they didn't understand what Lin Tianji was trying to do. However, in the next moment, everyone's expression changed. Lin Tianji used the yin-yang lotus, Si, to suppress Li Guhuang, used the yin-yang Ho to close in, and then flipped the dark green cauldron over. With a boom, a ball of blue flames rushed out. There weren't many blue flames, but they were extremely terrifying, as if they were going to burn everything. The flames were called the dark blue flames, and he found them in the dark gorge at the bottom of the sea. Back then, he refined most of the blue flames, but he secretly absorbed a lot of them into the stone ring and sealed them in the dark green cauldron. The flames were extremely domineering, and ordinary containers wouldn't be able to withstand them. However, the dark green cauldron was left behind by the master apothecary. Although it didn't have any offensive power, the cauldron was extremely sturdy and could withstand a lot of the dark blue flames. Now that he had released the dark blue flames, even the light of the divine ability couldn't block it. Pisht, 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 like ice that had melted. The blue flames covered the 9 suns that Li Guhuang had summoned and ignited them in the blink of an eye. Afterwards, the other blue flames landed in front of him and landed on the fusang tree outside Li Guhuang's body. After 3 breaths, they burned a hole and landed on Li Guhuang's body. Ah! Li Guhuang screamed in pain for the first time, causing many people to tremble. The invincible sun physique actually screamed in pain. Li Guhuang struggled and released all his true essence. The sun sea of the king's territory and the sea of consciousness protected his body together. After exerting all his strength, he finally forced the flames out of his body. However, at this moment, Lin Tianji closed in and used the yin-yang lotus sea to open a path. He then rushed into the sun sea and punched it hard. Bam! The punch landed steadily on Li Guhuang's cheek, bringing out a large amount of blood. Li Guhuang was sent flying, and his hair was disheveled. Lin Tianji's eyes were cold, and he naturally wouldn't give the other party a chance to catch his breath. He displayed the yin-yang puppet and directly pressed forward. He formed a seal with both hands and cast the divine divination technique, which turned into light swords that filled the sky. It was the divine spirit 10,000 kill sword that Li Guhuang had displayed at the beginning. He controlled these light swords with his mind and slashed them in all directions. Pisht, 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 pisht sounds could be heard continuously. Li Guhuang screamed in pain as he was almost pierced into a brush. Lin Tianji, Li Guhuang roared. Since he started cultivating, he had always been invincible and had never been humiliated like this. I'm here, Lin Tianling responded coldly. He took a step forward and appeared beside Li Guhuang in an instant. There was a line of blood at the corner of his mouth, and his clothes were also stained red by blood. It was an injury left behind from the battle with Li Guhuang, but this injury was far less serious than Li Guhuang's. His footsteps swayed, and he appeared beside Li Guhuang. He performed the crushing meteorite fist with his right hand, and his punches landed on Li Guhuang's body continuously. Bam! 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 The sound of fists landing on flesh could be heard from time to time, and blood kept falling from the sky. Such a scene caused everyone to be completely stunned. The sun physique lost. Someone muttered to himself. Chapter 449. Staring at the battle in the sky, many people were in a daze as if their souls had been sucked out. The invincible great sun physique of the Li family, known as the unrivaled young supreme being of the second heaven. Even some of the older generation powerhouses weren't his match. His talent was enough to show disdain for the world. But now, such a powerful existence was actually defeated. Many disciples of the Bai family stared at Lin Tian, their eyes full of shock. They had forgotten that he was a great enemy of their Bai family. Is he a legend? Is he really so strong? If we're talking about monstrous talents, who else could be better than him? Everyone was stunned. Ah, Screams were ear-piercing. In the void, Lin Tian waved his iron fist and landed on Li Guhuang's cheek again. With a bang, Li Guhuang was sent flying, blood splattering everywhere. He's really defeated. The eyes of the Bai family's patriarch flickered as he stared at Lin Tian without blinking. The invincible Sun Physique was defeated. He was really defeated. He was defeated by a cultivator of the same generation. It could be said to be a crushing defeat. The elders of Taishien's sacred land and Wantong's sacred land were also shocked. They couldn't utter a word. Damn it, how could this be? This is impossible. Bai Hongya's face was very ugly. He couldn't imagine that the Sun Physique of the Li family would be defeated. Everyone's face was full of shock, and without a doubt, the faces of the Li family's people were the ugliest. The Sun Physique of their family, which was the pride of their family, was defeated in front of them. Boom! In the sky, the light of Zhenyuan was still blooming. Lin Tian's attacks landed on Li Guhuang's body one after another. Even though Li Guhuang tried to resist, he could no longer hold on. After being injured several times, his injuries were already too severe. Lin Tian's eyes were cruel. After another punch sent Li Guhuang flying, the aura around his body suddenly changed. "I'll end you with her technique," he said coldly. With a bang, a boundless starry sky appeared behind him. It was dark and deep with specks of starlight. Then, in this boundless starry sky, a full moon appeared with a faint moonlight, showing a ray of divine light. That is... The Bai family head's expression changed. This was Bai Qiu's king's domain, bright moon starry sky. He never thought that Lin Tian would actually display such a king's domain. Although it was not as strong as Bai Qiu's king's domain, it completely had the shape and outline of that king's domain. It was magical, and its power was also very terrifying. What technique is this? There are ripples of primordial Taiyin power. Many people were moved. The starry sky stretched out horizontally, and the bright moon hung high in the sky. This part of the sky was suddenly draped in a marvelous scene, and specks of divine light lingered around it. With a thought, Lin Tian's bright moon flew out from behind him and landed on Li Guhuang. This kind of king's territory was very terrifying. Even if he only used the divining divine art to activate its outline, it still blasted Li Guhuang away at the first moment, almost crushing half of his body. His eyes were cold, and killing intent intertwined in his eyes. The starry sky behind him also surged. For a moment, the starry sky and the bright moon shrouded Li Guhuang. Bastard! A furious roar was heard. With a clang, a halberd of divine light rushed up into the sky and attacked Lin Tian. The Li family patriarch made his move and leaped into the sky. Lin Tian's face turned cold, and he instantly moved hundreds of feet away to avoid the attack of the Li family patriarch. The Li family patriarch quickly rose into the sky and stood between Lin Tian and Li Guhuang like a mountain, protecting Li Guhuang behind him with divine light. He stared at Lin Tian, his eyes full of killing intent. The Sun King physique of his lineage had actually been defeated by this 17-year-old youth in front of him. This made his eyes full of coldness. "Old thing, I knew you would jump out in the end," Lin Tianling said. He wasn't surprised at all that the Li family patriarch suddenly rushed out. How could these people watch their Sun King physique get slaughtered by him? He looked at Li Guhuang, who was protected behind the Li family patriarch, with disdain and sarcasm on his face. "The Sun King physique is too weak. You're just living under the protection of the older generation powerhouses. You can't even withstand a single blow. How dare you call yourself the number one person of your generation? I really feel ashamed for you." His words were cold and merciless. Li Guhuang was covered in blood and looked a little weak, but his eyes were still as sharp as a sword as he stared at Lin Tian. "You think you can kill with your eyes? If you could, your Li family would have been destroyed countless times." Lin Tiandao, "Junior, don't be arrogant and talk nonsense." The Li family patriarch stared coldly at Lin Tian and said, "If it weren't for your sinister and despicable schemes, if it weren't for your terrifying flames, what would you have to compete with my son? With your strength, if we fought fair and square, my son could crush you with one finger." Lin Tian laughed, and the sarcasm on his face became even stronger. "Disgusting old thing, you really don't think you've lost enough face." He glanced at the Li family patriarch, the elders of the Taixien sacred ground and the Wantong sacred ground, and the big shots of the Bai family. His eyes fell on the Li family patriarch again. "I've only been in the cultivation world for a little more than a year. How many years has your Sun King physique been cultivating? Why don't you mention that he's 3 small realms higher than me? Why don't you mention that he's 7 years older than me? If I had 7 more years, I could kill thousands of him with a single breath, and you old guys are nothing. You're not even fit to carry my shoes." His eyes were cold, and his words were sonorous and powerful. Many people's expressions changed again. "He's only cultivated for a little more than a year. How is that possible? Impossible. How can there be such a monster?" Everyone was shocked. Some big shots stared at Lin Tian, and their eyes flickered with horror. There were a few recognized young supreme beings in the second heaven, such as the Taixien sacred ground, the Wantong sacred ground, the desolate demon king physique, the thunder god king physique, and the sun king physique. These people were all powerful, but they had started cultivating for a long time. However, Lin Tian said that he had only cultivated for a little more than a year. In a little more than a year, he went from an ordinary mortal to the 4th heavenly layer of the imperial realm, and defeated the Sun King physique, who was known as the #1 person of the same generation in the second heaven. What a monster! These big shots stared at Lin Tian one by one, trying to see if Lin Tian was lying. However, when they stared at Lin Tian's expression, they were disappointed in the end. From Lin Tian's expression, they could not see the slightest flaw. It was a kind of confident and calm look, proving that Lin Tian was telling the truth. The ancient chaotic physique was not necessarily so powerful. A direct elder of the Bai family murmured. Suddenly a cold snort sounded. "Everyone knows how to talk big. Who do you think you can fool?" The Li family patriarch stared at Lin Tian and said coldly, "You defeated my son with insidious tricks and killed many members of my Li family. You should pay the price in blood." From Lin Tian's expression, he saw that Lin Tian was telling the truth, and the killing intent in his eyes became even stronger. "Before I killed the powerhouses of your Li family didn't make a move against me? You didn't want to kill me before?" Lin Tian said disdainfully, "Everything is because I chased down your Sun King physique once. You are afraid that your sacred ground will be destroyed by me in the future. So you want to clear the path for this trash. Why bother looking for excuses?" His words were very rude, causing many Bai family disciples to suck in a cold breath. The invincible Sun King physique was called trash? Li Guhuang's eyes flashed coldly as he stared at Lin Tian. He had the Sun King physique, but now he was called trash. "I said you are trash, but you don't believe me. If you think you are not, come out and fight. I will give you a hand and a leg." Lin Tian stared at Li Guhuang. Li Guhuang's eyes turned cold. He was about to step forward, but he was blocked by the Li family patriarch. "Ignore him. Today he can only be a corpse," the Li family patriarch said coldly. As soon as he finished speaking, figures rose into the air. The elders of the Li family all walked into the void and stared at Lin Tian. They were all immortal powerhouses. At this moment, divine power flowed out of their bodies, and they did not hide their killing intent at all. "Patriarch of the Bai family, we will kill him with our own hands and find your princess. What do you think? No objections, right?" The Li family patriarch looked at the Bai family patriarch. The Bai family patriarch sighed. Because of his little daughter, he did not want to make things too difficult for Lin Tian. But now that things had developed to this point, he could no longer say anything. Because Lin Tian would not retreat from the Bai family, and the Li family had just lost an elder to Lin Tian, and the Sun King Physique was almost killed. The Li family would not let this go easily. Of course, I have no objections. This old man will represent my family and suppress this evil thief together. A voice sounded. Bai Hongye stepped forward and stepped into the void. This boy is bad. He has killed many of the Taishan Holy Land's experts, and should be killed. Now, count the Taishan Holy Land as a part of this. Count in the Wantong Holy Land. The elders of the Taishan Holy Land and Wantong Holy Land ascended into the void one after another, their eyes full of murderous intent. Not to mention that they originally wanted to kill Lin Tian. The combat strength that Lin Tian had shown just now was too terrifying. Whether it was combat talent or secret techniques, it was enough to shock the world. If such a person were to grow up, it would undoubtedly be a disaster for the Taishan Holy Land and Wantong Holy Land. They wanted to nip all of this in the bud. In the blink of an eye, more than a dozen immortal-reaching realm experts surrounded Lin Tian. The Li family patriarch glanced coldly at Lin Tian as if he was looking at a corpse, then descended into the void with the Sun King Physique. In the sky, a light breeze blew, and a faint fluctuation of divine power spread out. There were 8 elders of the Li family, 1 from the Bai family, 1 from the Taishan Holy Land, and 1 from Wantong Holy Land. There were a total of 11 immortal-reaching realm experts. A mere airborne realm expert dares to break into my ancient family? You're courting death. Bai Hongye said darkly. Brother Bai, there's no need to talk nonsense with this animal. Just kill him. Someone from the Li family said. Bai Hongye nodded. That makes sense. The 11 of them stared at Lin Tian, and the divine power ripples around their bodies became even stronger. Their cold-killing intent seemed to want to shatter everything. Lin Tian's expression was calm when he was besieged by 11 seniors of the Celestial Passage Realm. He was not afraid at all. Did you think that I would come here alone without any preparation? Prepare. The elder of the Taishan Holy Land sneered. What can you prepare for? What do you think the great clans that have been passed down since ancient times are? Do you think that a little flying cultivator like you can come and go as you please? As an elder of the Taishan Holy Land, this person's inheritance was on par with the ancient aristocratic families. He naturally knew what kind of foundation such a great force had. Even if an ordinary cultivator of the great virtue realm barged in, it would be almost impossible for him to survive, let alone a little cultivator of the flight realm. He really found it funny that Lin Tian said such words at this time. Lin Tian was expressionless, but there was a hint of cruelty on his face. I hope you can still laugh, he said coldly. As he finished speaking, 2 black water stones floated out and floated to his left and right. His eyes were cold as he said, "Open." As his words fell, the 2 black water stones trembled slightly. Suddenly, the sky shook and the earth shook as if the entire universe was about to collapse.